Hallelujah. I think it's working. Welcome to the general session of the monetization masterclass. Come on, can everybody just say, turn your cameras on for a second. Let's give a wave to everybody. These are our VIPs. We got Wendy, Jennifer, Pam, Kathy, Gina, Tara, Dr. Tubi, Lisa, Elizabeth, Emily, and I think Caleb's in there somewhere. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn this over for those, pardon me, for those of you who have never met me before. My name's Ann McDonald, and my delightful husband is standing in today for one of our MCs, and he's actually going to come read my bio so you know a little bit about me. All right, Patrick, can you come over here? All righty. And there it is.
All right. You make sure you're not looking at my stomach. Ann McDonald is a 4-time author and co-founder of Vectorworks Media, a lifestyle business incubator, steward, and scaling company where she and her partners take ideas and turn them into viable creative enterprises to saturate micro niche markets in the online lifestyle space. Vectorworks Media companies are as diverse as Holiday Decor to Twitch-based gaming companies, C-suite consulting companies to grounding, meditation, and real estate. Ann is a designer by trade and was a stay-at-home mom for 2 decades while her children were young. Everything shifted when she went back to work in 2008 and discovered a changed world. As she rebuilt her design business, one day she was paid in a set of expensive pots and pans to simply consider writing an article. The lights went on, and she began to leverage this new online space by creating courses, partnering with brands, and eventually being paid by advertisers. Despite the fact that Ann was afraid to be on camera when she began, and literally would not finish her sentences, scared she was in the way of people who really mattered, Ann has gone on to let fear go. She has trained from the national stage, and her companies have now worked with the likes of ESPN, the ESPYs, Red Bull, the Navy SEALs, and more. Called by leaders a genius who designs the life she wants, consulting clients now pay Vectorworks Media upwards of $250,000 to access creative processes that enable them to take ideas for business growth and leverage those into viable, profitable systems that scale. Ann brings a unique perspective to building online, and when you engage in her training, you will be transported into a new way of being. If you're ready to design a lifestyle of influence and lighten up while you have fun, please welcome Ann McDonald.
Woohoo! All right, how fun is that? Who is ready to actually build 5, 6, and 7-figure online lifestyle brands that don't, somebody write don't in the chat, take 24/7 handholding? Who would like that, right? What about this? What if you could take that idea you have for a brand and actually have partners, advertisers, and clients beating down your door, sending you things saying, hey, can I pay you? Like $1,000 sets of pots and pans in 2008, right? Or saying, hey, would you mind if I flew you across the country to interview this fancy pants designer at this fancy pants show? And we picked you up in a limousine and took you there? Who thinks that that would be a good idea for what you might consider to be a little idea? And then finally, what if you could build a lifestyle that suited you, that suited the person that you felt like God actually designed you to be, right? Right now, friends, I am literally standing in one of the brands that we have built. This is a ski cabin in the Lake Tahoe area, and it's actually part of our real estate brand. And we don't just get paid when this ski cabin is leased. We actually get paid. I need the slippers in the bathroom. We get paid from product sales. We get paid from advertisers. We get paid for blog posts. We get paid several different ways from Sunday simply because of the power of the brand. So if you are ready to learn how to monetize, somebody write monetize in the chat. Go ahead and put 1 in the chat for yes. 2, if you're like, nah, Ann, I just kind of want to remain stressed, struggling to pay my bills, right? We got some ones. We got some ones. All right, friends. So a couple of things, little housekeeping items, right? Is it okay if we cover a couple of housekeeping items? Now, I shared this with our VIP crew. Let's go ahead and give it up for Wendy, Jennifer. We got Dr. Tooby, we got Kathy, we got Gina. That's who I can see on the screen right now, just at the top of my Zoom. Let's give it up for our VIPs. Why? Because they actually took the extra effort. They got in the Zoom room. Now, if you have access to the VIP Zoom link, hop on the Zoom link right now, right? It's way more fun to be in the room with us right now, and I can see your chat and all that good stuff. But one of the things I want to share with you is, have you ever heard of this little university? It's called, what's the name of it? Stanford? You ever heard of this little university called Stanford University? There's this guy that they studied, being silly with you right now. He's kind of this well-known guy. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. I think his first name's Tony Robbins, maybe. He's built a couple of small billion-dollar companies, all that kind of stuff. Well, Stanford University actually did a 3-year study. Go ahead and write 3 in the chat. They did a 3-year study with Tony Robbins. And the reason I'm bringing it up is that what they found was that when people engaged physically, they engaged in the chat, they participated, they were dialed in. Now, Gina already knows this because she's in the high performance space. You actually will retain more while you're in the class. And here's the kicker, friend. Should you choose to go out on your own and do this, at the end, we're going to talk about some opportunities to work with us. But let's say you're like, Ann, I got it, right? Because you have engaged. Somebody write engaged in the chat. Because you've actually engaged, you're going to retain more, right? So think about this. Imagine if just a little bit of engagement on your part, a little bit of what some people like to call talkback church, would enable you to have a radically different brand, Wendy, 3 months, 6 months, a year from now. A radically different overarching business where you were more the founder, right? You got back into that space, Dr. Tooby, right? You were in that space. You hurry up the first times. Right? We want to mute everybody. Hold on. Right? We want to make sure and mute everybody. Right? Imagine that. Can you imagine that, Kathy? Where the idea that you have in your head, because you engaged in the chat and you did a little bit of that talk back, everything shifted. Okay. So that's what I want to do. I want to encourage you, stay engaged. Now, here's the other thing. We have 4 different sessions. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're in the first session right now. In between each session, we're going to take a break. Somebody write, take a break. Okay. Now, take a break. Why? Because our bodies, our physicality, we need a break, right? Whether those breaks are 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I want to encourage you. Today, I have one goal, and that's to help you monetize and learn how to monetize your idea, Wendy, your idea, Jennifer, your brand, Dr. Tooby, your idea, Kathy, Gina, Lisa. Who else is on with us? Emily, right? Emily's got a 7-figure brand. She trains coding, right? But that 7-figure brand, what if it could be 8 figures, right? So let's go ahead and step into this place with just a heart to engage, Pam, a heart to be present, Tara. Today, literally could shift everything for you, right? One of our clients, Nicole, her whole thing is shift, right? We actually took some of her stickers and we sent them to all of our clients one Christmas. Shift. So just go ahead and write shift in the chat. And then we're going to dive in just a minute. We're going to shift. Okay. All right. So is it okay with you if I just give you a little bit of background? You heard my fancy pants bio. That's the bio that people read when I go to speak, when I'm training to a big group, a corporate group, or a startup group, just so that we have a little bit of authority in the room, right? But is it okay with you if I share with you how this whole thing kind of got started? Because sometimes, how many of you know, sometimes when we only see people's wins, we're like, that's too far out. It's not going to work for me, right? $250,000, Ann? Yeah, it was a $270,000 contract and it was super short. Okay. But it wasn't always like that. So, have you ever been in a season of life where you're like, it's a little uncomfy, right? Maybe your kids are screaming, or your kids are in a season, your spouse, your partner's in a season, you're in a season, and you know it's not going to last forever, but you're in that space where, God, I could really use a good idea. I need something to shift. Have you ever been in that space? Give me a one in the chat if you've ever been in that space. Well, in 2008, that's precisely where I was. How many of y'all remember 2008? Right? If you know anything about the financial markets, 2008 was kind of like the Titanic version, right, of the financial markets. And at the time, much of our life was tied to the financial markets. Now, I hadn't been working. I'd been staying at home raising kids. Let me know one in the chat if you've ever had a season where maybe you were at home raising kids, or you were taking care of nieces and nephews, and you were fulfilling like 5 different roles in life, right? You were chief bottle washer, you were chief mom, chief dad, you were a coach with sports, you were, trying to do this and trying to do that. Anybody ever been in that season? That's where I was. And I basically cried out to God for an idea. And I thought I got this amazing idea. I'm like, I know. Right? Anytime we say that, I know, I got it, we should probably like duck and cover a little bit, right? But I was like, I know, I'll go back to work. So I'd been a fancy pants interior designer, right? I had the blessing of working in New York City proper on 2 different occasions. We lived there. Our oldest son was born there, like Upper West Side, just about Central Park West, fancy pants building, like fancy. Also had the luxury of being an interior designer in Beverly Hills. True, North Palm Drive, that's where we lived. And I worked again for fancy pants people. And so I was like, 2008, I'm like, I got it. I know how this thing works, right? So I try to go do my interior design business again, only everything has changed. Have you ever like woken up and put on your favorite outfit and you go outside and it's like, that favorite outfit is like all of a sudden way out of style? You guys know what I'm talking about. Right? You got a favorite pair of pants or favorite top, and all of a sudden it's way on the out list. Like not even like marginally on the out list. It's like, oh, you've been in the cave for like 20 years, right? Do you even know what's going on in the world right now? You know what I'm talking about? So that's kind of where I was in 2008. I was struggling. I was trying to do things the old way. I was trying to leverage my old identity, and it wasn't working. And I had a very good friend. We need to give props to Ryan and Michael. You probably never meet them, but I personally need to give props to Ryan, who I'm still paying, I think 16 years later. He was my first mentor, Ryan. And Michael introduced me to Ryan. So I'm looking around online. I'm like, how to do business in like 2008. Have you ever Googled something like that? And I found this guy. His name was Ryan. I'm signed up for his program. And he's like, awesome. Now, I want to ask you a real question. Have you ever gone into a room, Wendy, Jennifer, Dr. Tooby, Kathy, Gina, Pam? Who else is on with us? Lisa, Emily, Elizabeth, Tara. Have you ever gone into a room and you don't look anything like anybody in the room? I mean, everybody is different. Maybe you're the only woman in the room. Maybe you're the only man in the room. Maybe you're the only person who's been a mom. Maybe you're the only person who's a particular race. Like you're in the room and you're like, I feel like a fish out of water. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? So that's what happened to me. I went into this room of 12 people, And I'm one of two women, and I'm a mom. I'm not fancy. I got the wrong clothes. I got the wrong tech. And it's all these dudes and this other woman who's been on Oprah. Okay. She's got an international best-selling book and she's on Oprah and she is dialed. And I am like stumbling over myself. And I spend the entire 3-day conference crying in the bathroom. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Good reason to quit? Is this a good reason to quit, Wendy? It's a good reason to quit, Pam. Good reason to quit, Dr. Tooby, right? And I'm like, this is a disaster. I am feeling really uncomfortable. I get through this whole thing and I'm crying and I'm like, this isn't for me. I'm just going to go back to, like, I call her Average Ann. Okay. I call her Average Ann. Somebody write in the chat, Average Ann. Just going to go back. I'm going to take my dreams, Kathy. I'm going to stop them. Okay. I'm going to take my dreams, Gina, and I'm going to be like, that's not possible. Average Ann. Nope, not happening. All right. Mediocre Millie, Average Ann. I get home and I'm having this unpacking with God and I'm like, this sucks. And I'm crying. I'm like, I don't fit. I don't belong. Have you ever been in that place, Lisa? Right? What did you say? Oh, all right. Let's throw a little wrench in the process, Elizabeth. Right? Let's throw a little wrench, Tara. My husband, my loving husband is like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? It's costing a lot of money. Anybody? My husband, finance guy, American Express bill every month, highlighted, yellow highlighter. What's this expense? Show me the money. I thought you were making an investment. Anybody? So I got my own self-doubt, my own average, mediocre mindsets, and I got my husband like pouring the salt on the wound. So I'm having my little pity party. Somebody say Average Ann pity party, right? I'm having my pity party. And I talk to God. Now, you don't have to talk to God. That's how I get my breakthroughs. I talk to God. And I hear him say, Ann. So Tara, hear yourself in this. Lisa, Emily, Elizabeth, Dr. Tooby. I hear him say, Ann, that mastermind, that little event wasn't for them. It was for you. I'm like, what do you mean? They're all successful. Like, how many of you are familiar with John Lee Dumas? This was before he started Entrepreneurs on Fire. He was in that room. I'm like, what am I doing here? And God's like, it wasn't for them. All right, I'm fixing my blue light glasses because I want you to lean in. God's like, I'm trying to show you who I made you. All right, write that in the chat. Friend, God's got you in these rooms. Lisa, Emily, Elizabeth, Tara, Dr. Tooby, Gina. He's got you in these rooms because he's trying to show you who you are. Okay? He's trying to tell Average Ann, mediocre Millie, that she's actually awesome Ann, right? Amazing Ann, and like multi-millionaire Millie. Okay? He's trying to show me what's possible because it didn't exist in my world. Have you ever been in that place where you look around your current situation and you cannot find anybody who is even remotely inspiring to you? Remotely challenging. They're all talking the same. They're all dressing the same. They're all looking the same. Well, that's where I was, Average Ann, in my, situation, right? So the first piece that kind of broke me out of my shell was actually decisioning this aspirational identity. Where did I want to go? Write this in the chat because this changed everything for me, friends. And this will change everything for you, Emily. I had to make a decision on who I was going to go after, who I was going to go after in myself. What was possible, Elizabeth? Where do you want to go? Right? Where do you want to go, Tara? Who do you want to be, Tara? 20 years from now, who do you want to be? A year from now, 3 months from now, Wendy, who do you want to be? Right? So I'm like, awesome. I'm in. I'm like, Ryan, here's more money. Flying back and forth to Connecticut, be in this room with all these dudes and this one super fancy pants lady. Like, yeah, just, and have you ever been in a situation or a room where you feel like, I think I don't belong here. I think I don't belong here. And God's whispering, yes, you do. Yes, you do, Pam. Yes, you do, Kathy. Yes, you do, Gina, right? The stage was made for you, Jennifer, right? This place and space in all of creation was literally teed up for you, Wendy. Like, come on. So I'm like, I'm all in. And then, holy cow. Like, well, this isn't going so well. This market is like flashy arrows and all this kind of stuff. So in the next session, I'm going to talk a little bit about like what we actually did to get Average Ann to a place of awesome cranking out cash, literally 5, 6, and multiple 7-figure brands. Okay. But my question for you is right now, do you believe that it is potentially possible, Pam, Gina, Jennifer, Kathy, Wendy, Dr. Tooby? Do you believe it's possible, Tara? Do you believe it's possible, Caleb and Elizabeth? Do you believe it's possible, Lisa, that you could actually be in this room right now because God's calling out your future identity as a brand that doesn't actually steal from you? It doesn't harm you. It actually pulls out your greatness, Gina. It sets you on the platforms that you were designed by God for. Do you believe it's possible? Let me know. One in the chat. Do you think it's even remotely possible? Okay. So one of the first things, awesome. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Pam. One of the first things I had to overcome was this dread fear that I was being foolish, right? This dread fear that I was being laughed at, right? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I had to confront that. And I had to just do this with me. Do this exercise with me. Remember that Tony Robbins study. Just roll your shoulders back and open up your chest. Here, just open it up, put your chin up. And then just kind of put your hands on your stomach, right? Roll them down. What you want to do is you want to get a big difference between your ears and your shoulders. That's one of the metrics that will help you open this up. Now, this is a very vulnerable pose in some situations, right? Because if you open up your neck, what could possibly happen, right? Somebody could just go, right? But in order for you to step into your power, Pam, Gina, Kathy, we actually have to open up so that we can tap into our God-ordained identity as awesome, creative powerhouses, right? Now, I'm not solving world hunger, but would you like to know the download that I got in that moment when I was like, who am I? Why can I even do this? How many of you have ever heard of the butterfly effect? Go ahead and write butterfly effect in the chat. Butterfly effect. What's the butterfly effect, Anne? Do you know that scientists have discovered, Tara, that what a butterfly does on one side of the world literally can affect storm systems on the other side of the world? Everything is energy. Everything, Pam. Everything, Lisa. Everything is energy, so that what you and I do in our seemingly innocuous little lifestyle brands over here on one side of the world can actually shift what's happening over here. And so one of the first core things that I had to do was I had to adopt the position of, okay, I'm available, God, and I can do it. It may not be pretty at first. It may not even be profitable at first, but I can do it. So that's one of the first things I want to encourage you with in this very first session is I want you to adopt the belief that it's even possible, right? Is it even possible? So I'm going to unpack like the precise steps that I went through that I now literally use. I literally use to build brands. I built 14 to date. Some are cute 5-figure brands. Some are cash flowing 6-figure brands, and some are multiple 7-figure brands. The biggest single day I've ever had was a $3 million plus day in a real estate transaction. Okay. I didn't pay it. I got it paid. Right? Brand. The power of a brand. Okay. All right. So let me know in the chat. Make sense? Does it feel more possible, Gina? Does it feel more possible? That's my question. That's what I'm looking for. Because I can give you all the training in the world. I can give you the list. I can even give you the book. But if you don't adopt the identity first of, hey, it's actually possible. And that situation you were in, Pam, where you felt uncomfortable, that situation, Kathy, where you felt uncomfortable, that situation, Elizabeth, where you felt really uncomfortable, that wasn't for them. That was actually designed to show you who you are. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Give me a 1 in the chat if that makes sense. All right, so let's go ahead and take a couple of ahas. One of the reasons I want you in the Zoom room, friends, is that we can take your ahas. We can actually unpack a little bit of this, right? In the next session, I'm going to unpack, like I said, I actually discovered along the way and developed a core method, call it the DNA method, right? Because it actually builds brands kind of intuitively. It's like AI before there was AI, okay? And I use it for brands as diverse as real estate, holiday decor, high ticket consulting clients, meditation brands. I literally take the method and I use my own stuff. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and take some ahas and takeaways. Go ahead and raise your Zoom hands. Do you have any questions on this part? Let's take some ahas and takeaways. I want to hear from you VIPs, and then we'll dive into questions. So go ahead, and I see Wendy's Zoom hand raised. Wendy, did you have an aha or a takeaway? Something you wanted to share?
Well, I have a takeaway and I have a question.
Awesome.
And you
Let's
can tell
go
me
for it.
when to do the question, but it's what you led me to think, not that you said this, but I was reminded that if we believe we can move mountains. And one of the things that I have to have is a mindset of belief. Is it possible? And for me, I have a lot of belief, but I'm recognizing a little voice that comes up and says, but what about when I have that success? And to recognize that God is able, completely able, to not only, if he can get me to that level, he can handle making me able to handle the success.
It is so good. Can we give it up for Wendy? That latent fear, right? That latent fear of success. Wendy, you tapped into something that I'm excited to unpack. One of the reasons we're doing this entire masterclass, friends, is monetization it literally changes things. And we want to make sure and remove all blocks to monetization, brand building blocks, identity blocks. So thank you, Wendy. That was a really powerful share. All right,
Can I
Pam.
ask my question now,
Oh.
or should I ask it later?
We'll do a couple more ahas and then raise your Zoom hand again and we'll come back to
Okay.
get your questions.
All right, thank you.
All right, Pamela, what's your aha?
Well, I'm doing a personal study right now on the blessing and what that means. And when you said adopt the belief that it is possible, that's inherent in the blessing. And so I'm getting confirmation from several different sides. And I wish that everybody would do a study on what really the blessing means.
Come on, can we give it up for Pam? Pam, remind me, do you have my audio meditation on the blessing?
No.
I did an actual audio meditation, I think in 2018, friends, on the blessing, where I literally read it over you. And then I also read another scripture over you, and it's put to music, and I listen to it myself. So Pam, let's make sure that we get you that. All right. Awesome. All right. Do we have any other takeaways? Does anybody have a takeaway they want to share? I'm looking on the screen. Any takeaways? Gina, Kathy, Jennifer, any quick take? Gina, go for it. Come on.
I raised my hand on the iPhone. Like, yeah, you know, when you were first talking about, are you living out your aspirational thing? And I realized that, you know, at this stage of life, maybe almost 35 years after being at a Bible school that was very image driven, in ministry that was very image driven, that I in my mind, I'm so over it. And, you know, I don't know if you know, I sold my Built to Win brand at the beginning of last year, and I've kind of just been coasting, like, what is next? And I part of me just hates is like Instagram and having to be so image, whatever. Here we go again. Let's prop up an image. But what we're saying is so helpful to realize. For one thing, it's about, because what I do then is I just hide from it all. I'll build a big thing and I run away. It's not, I don't say this proudly. So to just embrace that it's not about us, for one thing. And like when you're saying, we know this, when you were talking about, it's about the blessing and it's about embodying the blessing for people that have no idea what the kingdom life is like, what the covenant is like. And so I think to be able to come back in from a real faith-based perspective will be a huge blessing for me, and to not shy away from showing up, you know, just showing up. Helpful.
Come on. Can we give it up for Gina? Yeah, if you don't know Gina, she's like the real deal. Artist, creative, and high performance. Like she said, she had a brand called Built to Win, high performance. So Gina, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Any other takeaways? Any other takeaways on this? This whole identity piece for us, friends, when we learn to step into this from a place of, okay, I'm actually going to be okay, right? God's not actually against me. He's trying to get stuff to me, right? Everything shifts. So any other ahas? If not, we're going to dive into some questions. I'll give it one more. Any ahas? And remember, let me just share this with you. Studies show us that you'll believe 30% of what I share with you. But if you say it back, like Wendy, Pam, and Gina just did, you'll actually retain it more. You'll start to believe it more. Why? Because this thing should point to your mouth. This thing right here, this little mouth here, is pretty close to your ears. Right? Energetically, it doesn't have far to travel. So one of the reasons I asked for ahas and outputs and things like that is I actually want to encourage you to get the breakaway so that, like I said earlier, at the end of this masterclass, we're actually going to give you an opportunity to work with us. And if you're like, Ann, I got it, I'm going on my own, it's all good. But I want you to make sure and take away something concrete that your whole body, soul, and spirit really begins to adopt and believe. Is that cool? All right. Give me a 1 in the chat. We're going to stay engaged. All right, Wendy, what is your question?
You were talking before about focusing on one brand. Okay, you know my stories. I have like 5 or 6 different, directions. When I was thinking I'm going to start my podcast from my YouTube channel with 350 videos, I narrowed it down to 3. 3 different podcasts that I could start, and they would all have over 100 episodes. I am wondering, do you start a different website for each brand when you have one avatar, but they're different? You've got different brands. You've got a different avatar over here and here and here. Do you have a different website, a different podcast? And this focuses on this. I've got the time and home management and goal achievement and purpose, that. I've got the Christian parenting. I've got the business entrepreneur, email list building. So do you have a separate website, a separate, for each?
Great question. First, can we give it up for Wendy? Right? I asked this earlier. I'm going to ask it again. How many of you feel like Wendy, you've got multiple brands inside of you, right? Jennifer has her health brand. She and her husband have a brick and mortar business. Like there are all these different things. So with your permission, I'm going to unpack a very simple principle on building one brand at a time. And my hope is that this will seal this revelation for you, just for everybody in the room. Just write the word principle. You don't even have to spell it the right one. You can write the principle or the principle. I'm not gonna judge your spelling, okay? But I want you to get a hold of this. And then Wendy, I will answer your tactical question on, do I have separate websites and separate socials, et cetera, et cetera.
And
Okay?
then may I, if I may,
Yes.
it's very simple, but you said you ditch it if you can't make 100 calls and make $25,000.
Yes.
So that leads me to say then, do I follow that? Do I build it to make 100,000? And if I can't, I ditch it? Or do I stay in that brand, that one focus until I do that?
Awesome
I've got all the
questions.
products already over here. Do I say, no, I can't do that connection call today because I'm focusing over here?
Gotcha. This is a great question. One of the reasons I'm doing this masterclass is so that you and I can get a hold of all of the different monetization methods, right, that we actually use. So let me tackle a principle first. Just write in the chat, a principle first. So when we are building a brand for the online space, and I'm even going to say this, even when I have helped vocational ministries, right? And that's actually where I started. I realized I had a knack for this, if you will. And I helped international vocational ministries hone their branding and monetize more. Okay. So one of the principles is the power of the testimony. Somebody write testimony in the chat. Testimony in the chat. Now, when I got started in the online space, my mentor, Ryan, like again, I told you, I'm still, what do I pay him? $97 a month still, like over 15 years later, 16 years. Testimony. When I got started, Ryan said to me, pick one thing, get that thing making money. And I'm like, one thing? I'm a lifestyle designer. I literally design lifestyles. We would design properties. We would help them pick properties, design the silverware, like everything. That was my brand. And I was like, ugh. He's like, pick one thing you can do in your sleep that people will pay for. Somebody write that people will pay for. People will pay for. Okay. Sidebar, patterns. I'm snapping my fingers, pattern interrupt. How many of you have ever gotten your nails done? And they file your nails? They file your nails before you get the new nail polish, right? Somebody say edification. Big church words, edification. Okay. The first brand you're going to build profitably is edification, friends. It's not your identity. It's your practice round. It's your dress rehearsal. My first brand, Wendy, I had all these ideas. Remember, I'd written the book, Idea to Implementation. Well, I wrote the book later, but I had the download. I had all these ideas. And Ryan's like, pick one, lady. My one brand, Decorate Like a Pro System. How to decorate rooms that live as beautifully as they look. Ann's 7 or 6-step method. I did a webinar. I sold that puppy for $495 with a $995 upsell. First time I did it, I made nearly $5,000. I didn't get off that horse until I learned how to finish. Somebody write, finish. Spicy Coach Ann is coming out in the chat. One of the things that I had been doing, and I'm not saying it's anybody in this room, is I kept getting ideas so that I didn't have to see if I was any good. Let me say that again. I kept going from idea to idea to idea to idea to idea to from horse to horse to horse to horse to horse to horse, so that I didn't have to see if I was any good. Too much? Sometimes our desire to multitask on brands keeps us from confronting our fear of going to market. So the principle here is we're going to run one idea stem to stern and see if that thing can monetize. Because in that edification nail filing process, Jennifer, what do we learn? We learn things about ourselves that we didn't know. Does that make sense? Give me a 1 in the chat if that's okay. Give me write the word heart if I'm okay here, right? Because one of the biggest problems with monetization is that people jump from idea to idea to idea to idea, and they never finish the whole thing out. Why? Because we're afraid. Ask me about the coffee sleeve fix. That thing sucked. But I finished it. And I was like, this thing is terrible. I had the pop-up banner made. I took it to a conference. I had like the graphics. I had the whole thing. Nobody bought it. I couldn't give it away. It was $19. Somebody write in the chat, $19. I couldn't give it away, friends. But you know what I learned in that process? I learned how to finish. Somebody put that in the chat. I learned how to finish, Wendy. I learned how to finish, Gina. Have you ever been in a play or done a performance of any kind? Because there's always a dress rehearsal. And even if you forget your lines or it doesn't work, or if you're in a competition, there's always a dress rehearsal. And so the first brands and the process, what we're doing in this process is we're pattern mapping the finish, okay? So does everybody get that principle? Because I want to hub on that principle for a minute. And then I'm going to answer Wendy's specific tactical questions, okay? 1 in the chat. Does that make sense? Okay. Give me that Baptist head nod. We're okay. So just say, Ann loves me. Ann loves me enough to tell me how to make $1 million truthfully. Okay. Stop running from the finish line, friends. Okay. What? Okay. So Wendy, every single brand has different websites, different socials, different blogs. Every single brand has a totally separate siloed identity, except my overarching authority brands. Okay. So you have an email list building brand. You have a Christian parenting brand. Those two people are different people, right? So we don't want to confuse people. Okay. One of the things I want to give to you in this monetization masterclass, just say monetization masterclass. Monetization is mine. Just tap yourself and say, monetization is mine. Okay. Monetization is mine. I want to give you the ability to have an idea, build it out really well so it serves at a high level and it monetizes, right? In such a way that it doesn't take every piece of you, Gina, right? It doesn't, you're not, we're not in that space. And I know exactly what you're talking about, Gina, because when I had my design brand at first, it was like, oh, everything has to be perfect, right? No, friend, everything doesn't have to be perfect. Everything needs to be authentic. Authentic, awesome, Anne, right? Not average, mediocre, hiding, afraid, perfectionist Anne, right? So authentic Wendy. What's authentic Wendy? Where's her heart focused right now? Which brand? One horse at a time. Professionals specialize. Somebody write that in the chat. Professionals specialize. I'm going to give you hope for something for all my multiples. Write multiples in the chat again if you're like, and I got so many ideas. Multiples Martha Stewart. All right. Let's talk Martha Stewart and then we're going to take a quick break. Okay. Let's talk multiple Martha Stewart. Kathy, Dr. Tooby, Emily, Lisa, Elizabeth, Tara. Let's talk multiples for a minute. Even multiple millions and billions Martha Stewart started with one thing. Drop in the chat if you know what that one thing was. Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat if you know what her one thing was. Even before the cookbook, Kathy. Before the cookbook. Do you know one of the things that we do in my mastermind programs is we actually assign super fun things like brand documentaries. Right? So I make my clients like Lisa watch documentaries. Okay, like on things like Neiman Marcus and Martha Stewart and Ralph Lauren. Okay, nope. Well, modeling, that was her career. But when she stepped into becoming her own brand, the first thing she did was she was a caterer. Right in the chat, she was a caterer, friends. She was an actual caterer. Like a caterer. You guys know what a caterer is? You call them up, you pay them money, and they bring you the food. Martha Stewart was a caterer. And she didn't try to do housewares when she was doing her catering. She got the power of the testimony on one thing. Okay? Now, I know we got a room full of people who will probably recognize this, but testimony is the spirit of, write it in the chat, prophecy. So Wendy, you knock out one brand really well, you got a testimony in there that prophesies for your next brand. Okay. When I brought Decorate Like a Pro system to the marketplace, friends, I was scared. I was fighting with my husband. I was fighting with the tech. It was not pretty. My Zoom link, it wasn't even Zoom. My webinar link dropped. I had to get everybody back on the stream. It was hard, but I got the testimony. Okay. One more pop quiz and then we're going to take a break. Ralph Lauren, what did he start with? Ralph Lauren, what did he start with? Write it in the chat. He didn't ride 50 horses all at once. What did Ralph Lauren start with? Come on, Kathy Aaron got it. Ties, friend. Ties. Handmade, custom designed by his own self. Ties. You want a powerful brand? You want an aspirational brand? He started with ties. Okay. Somebody say good news. Like good news, right? This is good news. This is just say like, this is good news for me. I can start bringing people food. I can start making people fabric squares, right? Come on, this is good news, right? Coco Chanel started with hats. Exactly. Okay. Really cool stuff, friends. Really cool stuff. Nordstrom started with shoes. Okay. Nordstrom started with shoes. The power of the testimony. So Wendy, typically what I do to answer the last part of your tactical question is, if I can get to 25K with 5 people, if I can get 5 people to buy a $5,000 product with no website, no offer, no nothing, just based on the idea, I know I've got something I can roll with. That's kind of my version. Now, for anybody that's scared, like, Ann, I'm not picking up the phone, it's okay. I say the phone is the tool of the billionaire class. So for the people who are ready, like our clients, Dustin, and our corporate clients who are used to that, I'm like, go for it. We'll talk about our pilot program model later. I'm on, go for it, right? But for the clients who are like, Ann, I'm just easing on in, right? Just like easing on in. My picture on Facebook is a big deal, right? So we actually attack it from 2 directions. Okay. So you can ease, you can ramp up, or you can cold plunge. Is that fair? Wendy, did that answer your question? That was a really long answer to a fabulous question by you. Because we got a room full of multiples, right? And I want to help you get all of them birthed. Okay. I want to help you get all of those brands birthed, Dr. Tupi. And I want you to do it in such a way that it doesn't compromise your lifestyle, Lisa, Emily, so that you're still like looking good, Elizabeth, right? You have time to play, Tara. Awesome. Choose one and finish. Doesn't even have to be good, but the finishing process is our edifier, friends. It's our edifier. Now, give yourselves a round of applause. Session 1. All right, birth them babies. Come on, Lisa Swanson. All right, here's what we're going to do, friends. We're going to take a 11-minute break. We're going to come back at 10:05 Pacific time. I'm going to keep the stream going, put some testimonies on to encourage you. And when we come back, we're going to unpack the exact system that I have now used, sits here, to build 14 online lifestyle brands, from super high ticket consulting all the way down to grounding and meditations, kind of everything in between. All right, let's go ahead and take a break and put the testimonies on, and you can just be encouraged. Is that cool? Awesome.
It's been something that I feel like I can go back and actually implement now.
I feel equipped to take on the big goal, the big audacious goal that I didn't perhaps believe before that I could achieve. It was incredible to connect with so many powerful women, be able to take new ventures through Ann's guidance. Worth 10 times the cost.
I could literally go home tonight and I know exactly what I need to do to make 6 figures.
Kevin, go for a win.
Are you recording?
I am recording. Do I need to
Okay.
not record?
No, you need to be recording. You need to be recording, Ann.
Come on.
But I have got my first junior golfer and paid in full to Collegiate Golf Consulting. They are my outlaws. so grateful. And so I'm officially on the board.
Unmute and give it up for Kevin. Come on. Woo!
Hi, I just wanted to share that about my experience working with Ann and Patrick in their mastermind, that it has just been life-changing. It's increased my capacity. It's helped me clarify my goals and helped me clarify what I'm going to bring to the online market, and just what they bring to the table, all the wisdom and experience and knowledge that they have. They bring so much that it's I don't want to say it's overwhelming, because it's not. They help us go in the direction we need to go and to multiply what we're doing, and they bring support and challenge, and they have they put this team together to help us get every single thing done that we need to do, and they always say as much as it depends on them, and they bring it, and I am so thankful, and I can't imagine doing this without them. I couldn't ask for better mentors and better mastermind leaders for this for what I'm doing. And so I just want to share that and encourage anybody who gets a chance to work with Ann or Patrick or both of them, don't miss out, because there's so much that you don't know, and I am just forever grateful.
You have to earn your own self-respect. How do you do that? By doing the work, by being found faithful, by not expecting everything just to happen and just come to you. But part of how you see yourself to be comes through, I'm looking at Ann and Patrick McDonald, right? They've been working, they've been going for it. They just did a live event, right? And it's like, I can assure you, if we unmute them right now, they're gonna tell you that they believe and know themselves to be somebody different on this side than before.
Hi, I'm Charlana Kelly, and I am the CEO of Speak Truth Media Group. I first met Ann in 2015 when she was speaking on a national stage to leaders from all over the nation. When I met her and heard what she shared, I knew immediately that I needed to have Ann in my life, that I needed to spend time with her, that I needed to pull upon the wisdom and revelation that she was releasing. Since that time, I've spent 12 weeks of coaching with her. I've done challenges with her. I've also spent time in masterminds with her. And I'm telling you today that what she releases reveals just a wisdom and revelation that we have not heard before. It will cause you to have a paradigm shift in the industry that you work in, whether it is business, education, media, arts, and entertainment, if it's in the church, or if it is something that you do as an entrepreneur. The things that she will release will cause you to grow in an abundant mindset, an abundance of outlook, and actually she releases the tools that you need to bring increase into your life. I would highly recommend that you make the decision to spend some time with Ann McDonald in the very near future, because I can promise you this, like my life, my business, and the ministry that I've been entrusted to, only increase can come. So thanks a lot, and blessings upon everything that you do.
So I just wanted to say actually how awesome Ann and Patrick are. And so yeah, Ann and I, like she said at the beginning, have been working together for probably, 10, 12, 13 years. I don't know. So yeah, you guys are awesome. I love what you're doing. I love how you're helping all these wonderful people. So it's great.
All right.
Way to go. That is awesome.
We did it. I'm so excited. I'm just beside myself. I've been crying. Yeah. Come on. Thank you guys so much. Like, come
YouTube.
This is my testimony for Kingdom Mastermind Ann McDonald. I knew that I was going to get something big. I knew I needed breakthrough. I knew I needed to get past a stuck period that I had been wrestling with for actually years. 3, 4, 5 years, just stuck at one spot. And I knew that I needed help. I needed help from someone who had succeeded past me. Someone who carried authority, someone who carried the heart of God with authenticity, love, and ultimately joy. When I joined, I got far more than I bargained for. And I must say that within the span of only about 3 weeks, did I get the massive breakthrough that I needed. The place where I was stuck, I was grieving a season that didn't exist anymore, a season that I wanted back. I was grieving and I didn't know how to get past it. Ann McDonald got me past it. And now I am walking in authority and boldness, going after exactly what it is that God has equipped me uniquely for in this season to release. That I am not an echo, I'm a voice, and a voice that's meant to be heard. And so are you. Bless yourself, enrich yourself, invest in your call, in who God says you are. Join
Justin, what?
So I just sold 3 more programs.
That's so awesome.
She's founded several creative enterprises, including the luxury design company, creative consulting company, the eSport film production, and several info product companies. Other enterprises in various stages of development include the Lilly Institute, an online institute for leaders, Design Daily, podcasts, Forward Shape, and more. And graduated from UC Berkeley. She's designed the life she wants to live. And I asked her to give you the essence of her genius in this session. So will you please welcome Ann McDonald.
Hi everybody, my name is Pamela Pertiller, and I took Ann and Patrick McDonald's Clarity to Cash Masterclass. And I have to tell you, I am very, very glad that I did, because it was because of their masterclass that I'm now able to publish my first ever digital course. Had it not been for them, I would not be doing this. And I just want to tell you a few things of what I have observed about Ann and Patrick during the class. Number one, they deliver way more than what they promise, and so that was really very refreshing to me. Number two, Ann and Patrick always encourages their clients, and not just 1 or 2 people. They encourage everybody, and they make sure everyone is seen and heard. Number 3, I feel like I got my money's worth because I'm able to publish my first course. So I feel like I got my money's worth. And one thing that I really love about Ann and Patrick is they're very authentic in their delivery. They just are just very kind and loving, and they don't discriminate. So then another thing that I notice about Ann and Patrick is that the instructions that they give are well planned out, and they don't quit until they are sure that everyone understands what it is they're trying to teach. And so being a retired teacher, that was really priceless for me, because I know that's how I operated in the classroom. But they just keep going, and they will answer every question. They never tell you that a question is dumb or stupid, and that's because I had a lot of what I thought were dumb questions, but they never made me feel like they were dumb questions. They answered every question with integrity and with grace and with ease. And so I would take it again if I had to. So I just recommend them highly.
All right, come on, let's come back into the room. Let's give it up for Pam and the other testimonies. I mean, here's the thing, friends. I know what it's like to be in that place where you are in idea overload. You know you have something, Elizabeth, to bring to the online marketplace. You know it should be making more money than it is, Jennifer. You know, Dr. Tooby, you know that there's something that's like right there on the tip of it, so that you can actually inhabit that lifestyle, that place of influence that God designed you for. So as we're coming back in the room, I want to take some ahas from the first session. Remember, we do ahas, not for me, not for me. We're going to go back to that study of Stanford University and Tony Robbins, where they shared that not only do you get the breakthrough, you get more learning in this process. However, you also, it's like, yes, and you also retain it longer. Right? So a year from now, when I check in with you, 3 months from now, when I check in with you, Tara, 3 months when we check in, Lisa, when we check in again, Wendy, I want to make sure that you've got the breakthrough and it's sustained. So let's go ahead and take some ahas from the first session. Just go ahead and raise your Zoom hand or unmute. I know some of you are on phones, some of you are in different places. And let's just go ahead and say hello to our live stream again. It's nice to see you guys in the general session. But let's go ahead and take some ahas. Are you in a place where you're starting to perceive that it could be possible? It could actually work. Remember, friends, where am I? I'm at one of our Airbnb properties in Lake Tahoe, just hosting a masterclass. All right, not fancy studio. I got dogs underneath my feet. All right. All right, let's go ahead and take some ahas. Any ahas? Pam, go for it.
I don't know how great of an aha this is, but just in listening to you, and ever since I've been around you, and from reading motivational things and reading scripture especially, I find there's one important thread that goes throughout all of it. And that thread is that we start from a place of victory. Now, you said it this way: adopt the belief that it's possible. And you know, I've heard it said many different ways, but that to me is a thread that we can live our whole life by. And so I'm beginning to see how I can transfer that from one idea to another idea.
Come on, that's big. Can we give it up for Pam? Start from a place of victory. Dare to believe that it is actually possible. And, right, I'm going to unpack my system in a little bit, that you can do it. Okay, stay-at-home mom, didn't finish her sentences, flunked out of UC Berkeley when I met the hubs because I just wanted to go to parties and have fun.
I think you still do.
I do. Right. So I it's not like, yeah. All right. Awesome. Who else has an aha to share? Let's go ahead and share the ahas. Trying to give you money today, friends. Jennifer, go for it.
Yeah, I'd like to share. Sorry.
Oh, good. It's life.
Yeah.
I love it. Dogs, kids.
Springs.
I love it.
You know, I just want to share that you talk about the process, and I've been through the process. I think I was kind of thrust into Ann and Patrick's world. And in the process, I built multiple organizations, and everything that I built, I learned how to build from Ann and Patrick. And so I just want to say thank you for that, Ann and Patrick. But also, you know, the process of it all was that getting on and nobody showing up, but persevering and doing it. And I believe now it's I've moved into that, I believe. But you know, just encouraging everybody, you know, you say you have to believe, but it's like, how do I believe? And Ann carries that anointing, and she carries, there is always a rhema word coming out of her mouth. It's like, you know, earlier you talked about the Princess and the Pea, and this morning coming out of the door, coming here. My shoes, I have on these expensive arches in them, and it's like a little pebble was in my shoe, and I'm like, oh, that's like the Princess and the Pea. So I was laughing hysterically when you said it, because I heard that earlier today. But that always happens with you. You always have that word from the Lord for what people need to hear, and you all carry that breakthrough. So I just want to encourage you, if you're like, but I don't know how to believe, and helps you do that. And I've been through that process. I've been on this screen like crying, processing with Ann, and there's always breakthrough on the other side, and you know, the power in the process. But Ann and Patrick, I've walked with them in the process, and I'm not saying I'm there, but I've walked with them through the process, and they definitely carry that breakthrough anointing. That that finisher anointing is what, you know, sold me at the beginning when I first met Ann, was, yeah, that's what we need. So I feel like this is like that full circle, the challenge, you know, what's that look like? What's that even mean? And so, because I come from corporate, so Patrick was able to help through that process. But here we are. So thank you. And I just wanted to encourage you. They have what you need, and to, you know, believe in yourself, because they believe in you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Let's give it up for Jennifer. Thank you. All right. Who else would like to share an aha, a takeaway? Friends, nothing's off the table here. Like, this is one of the spaces I'm called into, is the lifestyle space, right? And some of you've heard me say this: how we do one thing is how we do everything. And so what I want to do is I want to make that more congruent in your life, so that these prospering, monetizing brands flow out of you with ease. Okay? So let's go ahead and take a couple more ahas. And then after ahas, I'm actually going to share with you, I'm going to unpack with you. I'm actually going to go to the board and draw it out for you. My fancy pants, we jokingly call them NFTs. I'm drawing with a mouse on a board. And I'm going to draw out my actual system for you. The same thing that I do for every single brand. So any other ahas? Encourage yourself in the Lord, right? Strengthen yourself with your ahas. And no aha is too big or too small. Okay? No aha is too big or too small. Wendy, go for it.
When you said that we should have a separate identity, a separate website, a separate social for everything, I sat here and thought, I've been in this online world since 2009. Why have I never heard this before? I was like, I can't believe I've never heard this before. So that was a big aha for me. But I also, as you're speaking, and I'm a strong believer, you know, and the Spirit uses people's words and says things to you, not the exact words the person says or that the group says, but all of a sudden, you know, parts the curtain and says, here, inside of me. And I am not a hider. I don't know if you know me well, but I'm not a hide. I was always like, no, I'm not. Hide? Are you kidding? No. And I just have this sudden realization that I'm actually hiding, that I have victory. I have a whole list of things that God has achieved in my life. I have tons of testimonies. So what, it was like, is it possible that I'm hiding? I suddenly thought of Gideon, in the threshing floor. Oh, mighty man of valor, and I just thought, I can't believe it. I think I'm actually hiding. So it was a real revelation, and I appreciate it. It made me realize, God always has a bigger reason, a bigger plan. And, being here today and even being in your world, and you've already made such a difference in mine, and just amazing revelations today. So I just want to thank you so much.
Come on. Can we give it up for Wendy? Yeah. Thank you, Wendy. Really powerful. It's what I love about what you just shared is it gives powerful permission for the rest of us to really examine so that we can be everything that we are designed to be, right? Awesome. So good. Thank you. All right. Any other takeaways or ahas? Any other takeaways or ahas? Give it just a minute. Tara, Gina, Kathy, Lisa, Elizabeth. Any other takeaways? All right. Well, would it be okay if I brought you kind of behind the scenes to my mad scientist brand building lab, right? And showed you the super complicated mousetrap? No. Showed you the overarching way, system, method that I block out 5, 6, and 7-figure, and in some cases, multiple 7-figure online brands. Would that be okay with you? All right. So I'm going to go to the whiteboard in the Zoom room. Okay. This is not a fancy vibe board, right? Remember, I'm at one of our Airbnbs. And so we're going to do this. Just say, this is money, honey. This is literal money, what I'm going to share with you. All right. Let me know, one in the chat, if you can see my board. If you can see my board. One in the chat, if you can see my board. Awesome. Tara, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So when I first get an idea, and I want you to walk yourself through this process. If you're taking notes, draw this out with yourself at the same time. Okay. When I first get an idea, I'm kind of like, right? Here I am. I'm over here. And I'm like, idea. All right. So I want you to think of an idea that you've got. Right? Boom, boom, boom. All right. So 2008 comes along. And I'm like, all hell's breaking loose in the economy. My husband had been on Wall Street he's been on Wall Street, for 30, 45 years, like Wall Street, like the multiple, we added up the transactions he'd been involved in. It was like multiple hundreds of billions. Okay. Not like multiple hundreds of billions of dollars of transactions. Okay. So Wall Street. So I'm over here, stay-at-home mom, and I'm like, I'm going to help. I'm going to bring my little coin bank to the table, right? I'm like, I got 5 cents. I got an idea that's going to make us $10, something like that. So here I am, I've got this idea. And when I first had the idea, I tried to go it on my own. And I went, let's just say it wasn't very pretty. And I went down to the pit. And down here in the pit, I am trying to DIY it. I am spending money all over the place, willy-nilly. Right? Anybody ever done that? I'm buying this software. I'm buying that software because I'm like, I got it. I know what to do. And then, as I shared with you in the first session, I had a friend. His name was Michael. And Michael's like, hey, we were talking, and Michael was a voice teacher. He's a very well-known, famous voice teacher to the stars. And I happen to be a friend. And Michael's like, Ann, you're struggling. I think that you should talk to this guy, Ryan. And I'm like, okay. So I talked to Ryan, and I meet Ryan, and I pay for Ryan's program. I don't know what it was. It was like $15,000. I don't know. It was crazy. Friends, remember, this is 2008. Okay. Somebody write 2008 to 2012 and spending like multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars on this. Okay. Get a hold of that for a minute. And I'm in that place, and Ryan basically says to me, pick one thing, make a decision. Okay. Make a decision. I'm like, all right. So I'd love to tell you it was 3 weeks. I'd love to tell you it was 3 weeks. Who can guess how long it took me to make a decision? Extra bonus points in the chat if you can get the answer. And if you already know the answer, don't say it. Yeah, Pam, I am spending money like water. Okay. I'm getting highlighted American Express bills. My husband's like, I would have just bought you a car. What do you want? Right? Like, you're trying to make money, but it's not really making money. So let me know in the chat, how many years do you think it took me to make a decision and pick one thing? One thing. I definitely want to hear Patrick's testimony. That's awesome. We'll unpack that in session 4. Years. Okay. How many years do you suppose it took me? Did it take me 1 year? Did it take me? Well, Wendy, it actually took me 5 years. Pam's right. It took me 5 years. Okay. So from 2008, let's just count these off together, friends. 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. Now, can you understand why I am so passionate about training on this? I don't want any of y'all to have to go through what I went through, right? So I finally made a decision, decorate like a pro system. And it was not earth-shattering. It was not fancy. It was actually designed for a highly niched avatar. Okay. Now, how many of you think your system, your solution is for everybody, right? Well, this is the first place I learned about decisioning for one person, one avatar. My avatar was a small design firm that had a couple of employees, a couple of interns, and the interns were not very good at the decorating portion. They actually knew exactly all the codes. So I want you to think about your business for a minute, Elizabeth. Think about your business. Think about your business, Lisa. Think about your business, Pam. Think about your business, Wendy. How dialed in can you get your avatar for a decision? My avatar was so specific that even in my entire interior design industry, I only knew 19 people that fit that avatar out of hundreds of thousands within these large communities. I knew 19 people. Okay. So the first thing I did was I made a decision, a highly niched avatar. I knew where I wanted to go. I knew what I wanted to provide. So I'm like all in. I'm like, awesome, let's go for it. And I'm like riding high. I'm like, hey, we did our first webinar. We made just under $5,000, right? 5K. I was rich. Okay. I could not pay my bills. However, I could almost sort of pay some of my bills. And I'm like, I got it, Ryan. I got it. And what happened? Who can guess what happened? Boom. I was like, all right, I'm going to run with it. I got it. And what happened was I did that webinar, and I'm going to stop the share for a second. Have you ever done anything, Jennifer, Pam, Gina, have you ever done anything that was good and it worked? And then you didn't do it again? Where are my multiple people? Where are my quick starts, Kathy? Where are my multiples, Gina? Where are my multiple idea people? I'm like, I got it. I did it, Elizabeth. I made $5,000 in 90 minutes. Lisa, come on, Tara. I'm like, I'm rocking and rolling. I got it. All right. Been there, done that. I'm like, what? So here I am. And I'm like, on to the next idea. Enter the coffee sleeve fix. Enter a really bad idea. All right. So this is where I actually discovered the whole concept of the second thing. We're going back to the screen. Is I learned how to navigate the niche deep. Okay. So down here, I had failed idea after failed new idea. Why? Because as soon as I had the first victory, I was like, I'm on to the next, right? And instead, what I needed to do was I needed to go deep in the niche. I needed to go so deep in the niche that I had the first success with, that I decided on that avatar, Wendy, that I was able to actually run that thing well over $100,000. Okay. So step one is I'm going to decide where I'm going with a highly niched avatar, right? Highly niched avatar. Big Pebble for my VIPs. Big Pebble. Just go ahead and write in the chat, Big Pebble, Jennifer. Who's your Big Pebble? Who's your highest value client, Wendy? We're going to make that decision. And then instead of doing what Ann did, we're going to navigate that niche so deep that we even know what kind of coffee our avatar drinks. We know where our avatar buys their toilet paper. We know where our avatar vacations. We know what kind of dentist they go to. And I'm going to ride that niche so deep that I am indeed the category king, Dr. Tooby. I am like it for that niche. One in the chat if you're getting that. One in the chat. Let me know one in the chat. Big Pebble. Exactly, Lisa. Exactly, Pam. Big Pebble, Jennifer. Big Pebble. All right. So now I'm like, awesome. I got it. I'm rocking and rolling. And have you ever been in a situation where you're like, you are working all the flipping time, right? I am up here, I'm riding this niche. I am now the business moderator for the interior design community. I am doing all my social media. I am doing courses. Oh wait, I'm not even that low. I am riding this physicality to the near end of my ability. Can you guys see me down here? Help. Anybody ever work too hard? Help. Help. Okay. Let me know one in the chat if you've ever been in that position. Doing everything myself. Nobody can do it better than I can, Gina. Nobody knows how to make webinars like I do, Kathy. Nobody knows how to do the moderating for the interior design community like I do, Elizabeth. Am I opening up some humor portals on this? Has anybody ever been in that position? Right? Gina, you're a high performance coach, right? It's like, can you imagine if the star runner also built the track? Right? Can you imagine if the star football player also built the media set for ESPN, interviewed himself, and coached the team? Can you imagine, Jennifer, if the patient drew their own blood and did surgery on themselves? Okay. And yet, Kathy, how many of us have ever been in that position? Can I get a been there, done that in the chat? Been there, done there in the chat. Okay. So, friends, I am doing it all. I am setting up my video camera. I am like running my design business. I am doing it all. And it's a disaster. Okay. So down in the pit, one of the things that I discovered down there was even if people are not maybe as good as I am at a task at the beginning, if I will preserve the capital asset, I want you to write this down. Assign, preserve the capital asset. Okay. We're going to begin to assign. We're going to begin to assign tasks to others. And we're going to preserve the capital asset. Now, I want you to tap yourself for a minute and say, I am the capital asset. Jennifer, I am the capital asset. Wendy, I am the capital asset. Pam, I am the capital asset. Do you know that God can't actually do anything on the earth without you? He can't do anything without you, Elizabeth. He needs you. And when you are done with this earth, he can't use you through your physicality, your capital asset, Pam. Right? Like, think about that for a minute. So the final piece to building out these brands that scale, lifestyle scale, was I had to actually learn to assign tasks in such a way that I wasn't taking them back. Have you ever assigned something to somebody? Real talk, ladies. You're like, hey, this is what needs to happen. And then you're like peeking over and you're like, oh, that's not very good. That actually isn't very good. Kathy's looking over somebody's shoulder and she's like, huh, I can do that better. And so you take it back. One in the chat if you've ever been there and done that, right? Gina, have you ever handed over something to somebody and you're like, they're not doing it right. They're not doing it very well. So what I discovered in this process, and we actually unpack this in our mastermind, and our consulting clients, for the most part, the people who pay us like $30,000 a day and up, right? Multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars. They already know this. But you and I, when we're coming into this space as entrepreneurs, we don't have the right money mindset to know how to monetize. And that's one of the reasons I'm doing the training today. So in the next session, we're going to tackle the monetization mindset that actually affects my DNA method. So say this with me: decisioning for a Big Pebble avatar. Just say this: I will decision for a Big Pebble avatar. I will navigate that niche deep, right? I will go deep in that niche. Right? I'm going to hit every lifestyle aspect of that lifetime value, high value customer, Jennifer, right? I'm going to monetize this 10 ways from Sunday. Okay. And then as we're doing that, we're going to learn to assign things so that we can build to sell, even if we never sell. We can preserve the capital asset that is Wendy. We can preserve the capital asset that is Jennifer. So Jennifer has time to go work out, right? Wendy has time to go work out, hang out with her friends, because Wendy's going to be a way better business owner if she does, right? Do you know? Think of the wealthiest person that you know of, whether it's Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Martha Stewart's got billions, right? Do you know, friend, do you know, Gina, they're not working as hard as you are. They're not working as hard as you are, Tara. Why? It's not because they're entitled. It's because they actually have a higher vibration, if you will, of the ability to decide, navigate, and assign so that they are preserved at the gift that they bring, Elizabeth. You have a gift that needs to reach 1 million people, Elizabeth, right? But right now, chances are you're not deciding, you're not navigating deep enough, and you're not assigning all of those pieces to people who can carry them further, farther, faster than you can, right? How many of you can see the logic, right? The logic of it. It's like, okay, Ann, I get it logically, but have you seen my American Express bill recently? Have you seen my business line of credit? I can't afford to hire anybody. That was me. Oh, woe is me, right? Woe is me. Is it okay with you? Well, first, does this make sense? Can I go back to the screen and I want you to screenshot this? I want you to screenshot this. Let me go back to the screen. So what is my overarching, we actually call this our scaffolding. Write scaffolding in the chat. This is my scaffolding. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to decision a highly niched avatar. It's niche like quiche, right? Niche like quiche. Highly niched. Somebody write wealthy avatar. Wealthy avatar. If you were in on our VIP session this morning, I talked about the 3 biggest mistakes people make when they're building a brand in the online space. One of the biggest mistakes people make is they pick too many different people for all their different price points of their brand. I wish to pick one big pebble. Okay. Then you're going to navigate that specific micro niche. Can you surmise that my holiday decor brand is radically different as a niche than the high-level consulting brand? Can you guys surmise that those are 2 radically different niches? One likes LinkedIn and private podcasts and research papers, and that's their version of fun, right? The other one's like glitter, right? Pinterest, right? Sparkly drinks with like bubbly water, right? 2 totally different niches, right? Can you imagine if I was trying to navigate them both the same way? What would that look like? What would happen there? Wouldn't work very well, would it? Right? Let me put 1 in the chat if that's making sense. And then can you imagine if, let's just think of 2 of your ideas, Jennifer. Think of 2 of your ideas, Wendy. You got your Christian parenting brand and you've got your email list brand, right? Pam, think of your different ideas. Gina, think of your different ideas. You got your high performance stuff and you got your art stuff, or you got your salsa stuff, right? Kathy, think of different ideas. Can you imagine trying to put the same outfit on both of them? Jennifer, what would happen to your high performing, like, let's get super healthy so we can steward the world, right? We would never do that. And yet, sometimes we forget. Is it okay if I give you some good news? 3 pieces of scaffolding, friend, not 50. 3 pieces of scaffolding. That's how I do it. I would love to tell you it's like radically complicated. I would love to look like super smart and say, you got to do this, and this, and this, and this. It's not. It's not complicated. But can I let you in on a secret? That's why people don't do it. Because it's too simple. They're like, it has to be harder than that, Ann. I'm like, no, it's not. They're like, yeah, but wouldn't somebody have done this before? Wouldn't it like, and I'm like, friend, most people get their identity from fluster and activity, not results. Okay? It's that pedaling. That's where I was. And Ryan's like, ease, right? Ease off, Ann. My mentor, Ryan, like he built a fitness brand. He was clicking off at like 30 million back in the day, like 2008. He's like, ease. Just say, let me share with you one of the things that I talk about a lot. I want my brands to be breaths of fresh air to my ideal client. A breath of fresh mountain air. a breath of fresh beach air. Right? That's what I'm looking for. That's not complicated. But if you and I have been in that average, mediocre identity that I was talking about, if we've ever been in that identity, we get our identity from hustle. Oh, I'm so busy. I can't help you with the church picnic because I'm so busy working on my business. Elon Musk isn't so busy working on his business. He's busy, but he's working on his identity that can steward the business. Does that make sense? All right. So here's how we do it. When I don't do this, do you want to know what happens? Like if I slip out of this framework? Can you grab me my book over there, Patrick, the big book. So I have a book that I draw out brand ideas in. When I don't do the DNA framework, I get my idea overload space. And this is the book that I draw things out in. See the butterflies, right? Somebody remind me in the chat. Did you catch it? Why do we build lifestyle brands? Remember the butterfly effect? The butterfly effect. So you'll see me a lot with journals and notepads that have butterflies. Okay. Butterflies. I got this at the 5 and under store. I don't know. I think I bought all of them in Reno, Nevada. But yeah, here we go. When I do this, my brands look like this. Super tight, super clean, scaffolding, one door in, elevator up to the top, lifetime value of the customer, lifestyle brand consultant, the grounding atelier. Okay. So we have a brand. It's called the Grounding Path. Right. Right. It's beautiful. It's easy. It's simple. It's really easy to navigate, to go deep on. When I don't do it, can you imagine what it looks like? It's like, pardon me, a little bit of a shiitake show. Okay. It's a little bit of a shiitake show. So who would like to do the ease scaffolding with your ideas? Right? What are the 3 components that help frame everything? Right, Pam? Deciding a niche avatar. Wait a minute. And what if it stinks? You know what we do? We still finish the idea. We still map out the whole idea. Why? Because how you and I do one thing, Jennifer, is how we do everything. So if you were on my challenge last week, I talked about 3 fingerprints of being able to do this super fast. First, we're going to bend positive. Second, we're going to run that idea even if it, pardon my French, sucks. Because we're going to make a decision to believe that there's something inherent in running that idea, blueprinting that brand idea to its natural extension, right? That's good, that we're going to learn, that we're going to be edified in. Remember the nail file, Pam? We're going to be edified in the process of practicing to finish, right? And then we're going to make a decision about it from a place of victory, like you said, Pam, from a place of, hey, this is actually possible, right? Because if we don't do that, we go back to the cycle I was in, which is idea, I'd get started, and then I'd change the horse. I'd get another idea. Oh, I just bought myself 2 months to not have to put myself on the line. Change the horse. Wait a minute. I know what we're going to do, Jennifer. We're going to do this. Let's put that aside for now. Oh, very logical, very profound, very wise. Am I making anybody else laugh besides myself? Or maybe even a little uncomfortable? I know, I got a new idea. And then a year goes by and I got nothing. Second year goes by, I got nothing. Third year, I got like, I don't know, 500,000 ideas, all of them half built. Looks like something out of Michael Jackson's Thriller. You know, like I got all these bad half-baked ideas, right? Come back to haunt me in my dreams, right? Instead, what if, Gina, we just took one idea, we blueprinted that puppy out, we made a decision on a really wealthy avatar, right? And then we navigated that specific micro niche super deep, right? And then we looked around and we thought, hey, every decision that I'm making right now, is this going to make my company easier to sell? Now, Gina's recently sold a company, so she understands this process. But does this make my company easier to sell or harder? Even if I'm never going to sell it. Okay. Would you like to know how this plays out in one of my holiday brands? I like using holiday decor because nobody thinks it can make any money. Holiday decor is seasonal and it's a multi-billion-dollar business. Okay. So I have one little brand, Stress-Free Holiday Home. It's a five-figure piece inside of that. It's not complicated. It's not hard. But because I've assigned things and I've made decisions to navigate deep, and I know who my actual client is, it doesn't take any time. Right? Doesn't take any time. So I can actually lifestyle because I've built it the right way. Why? Because I blueprinted it the right way. Is this making sense? Give me a kind of a Baptist head nod if it's making sense. So to drive this, I'm going to go back to the screen. If you haven't screenshot it, take a screenshot. To drive this home, I want to give you one more example of what happens when we don't do this. I'm gonna tie this to a 5-figure brand, right? And a 7-figure brand. Let's just do that. Okay. Can you imagine if your 5-figure brand was like a 5,000 square foot house, right? 5,000 square foot home. And you had all the money, all the skills, everything to go ahead and build this 5,000 square foot house. So I want you to get in your head, you've got everything you need. You have access to everything you need. Just say, I have access to everything I need, right? God's already said yes, Gina. He's already said yes, Pam. God already said yes, right? Kathy, he already said yes. And he said, great, let's go build your 5-figure brand. But it's really a 5,000 square foot home. That's what it's going to be. Can you imagine if you didn't make any decisions? You just started to pick up a hammer and try to build a 5,000 square foot home. You're like, I don't know where we're going to build it. Texas, Florida, California, Tennessee, right? I don't know. You just start picking up things and start buying random materials. How many of us, like, we got an idea for a brand and we're like, we just start picking up random software. I bought Canva today, right? I signed up for my Zoom account, right? No blueprint, no contractor, no design plan, Jennifer, nothing, Kathy, right? Wendy, nothing. You're like, I'm going to build a 5-figure side hustle. You guys, are you getting what I'm dropping here? So that's what happens when we don't blueprint our overall brand, even if it's a 5-figure side hustle, right? Even if it's just like, hey, I'm just going to build this little side hustle to kind of pay for my vacations. Does that make sense? I'm just going to build this little side hustle so I can give some money every year to my grandkids for Christmas. You get what I'm dropping? Now, imagine how bad it would be in a 5,000 square foot house, a 5-figure brand. Imagine if you didn't decide, navigate deep, and then assign tasks on a 7-figure brand, right? What would happen that first inspection, Kathy? Right? The inspector's like, honey, this is not going to fly, right? There's electrical sticking out. You're like trying to be the electrician, the contractor, the designer, the decorator. And you haven't even decided on a style yet. Heck, you haven't even decided on a location, Elizabeth. Where are we building this thing? So I share that with you to be a little humorous, but I want to drive home the point. There are only 3 scaffolding pieces when we're blueprinting out brands, lifestyle brands. It's we're going to make some decisions. We're going to decide who it's for, where we're headed, right? We're going to then take a look at the actual niche and we're going to go deep into that niche. Is there enough income in that niche, right? There's some niches I look into and I'm like, nope, not working in that niche. Others I'm like, holy cow, we just discovered a gold mine, right? Tara, think about the niche that you're in. How can you own that micro niche, right? How many of you have ever heard of the book, 1,000 True Fans? Or 100 true fans, right? I think you only need 1,000, right? And then what are we going to do? We're not going to try to build everything ourselves, right? Now in the next session, I'm going to unpack a mindset piece to help us get out of that lack. Because when you and I try to build everything ourselves, Lisa, what happens is we actually stop monetization. Okay? We actually stop the monetization. Now, because monetization, money is energy, I'll unpack that in the next session. First thing I want to do is I want to ask you takeaways. I want to get your ahas from this. Even if you're like, I see it, Ann, but I don't have any money. I don't have any money to hire somebody. Okay? Even if you're in that yeah, but. All right. We good with that? So let's take some takeaways from this. Let's get some takeaways from this. Decide. Who's that big pebble, Gina? What's the next one you're going after? Right? Who's that? Wendy, let's go ahead and take your takeaway. And then I want to take some more takeaways from people. This is important. This is how I do it. This is the book. This is the book. A $25,000 mastermind clients, this is the book. Okay, go for it, Wendy. What's your takeaway?
I do love that butterfly. I'm going to remember that butterfly, that what a butterfly does on one side of the world impacts the other side of the world. And I totally believe in that concept because of God, he's able to do that. But I don't know if these are takeaways because I've got the yeah, but, when you're looking at the really wealthy avatar, but you're not in that place, you're not the identity of that person. How do you understand what they need, what they want, what they're living? And if you've already, I understand if you're starting to build a 5,000 square foot home, but what if you've got several? In my case, if we're talking about brands, you've got almost all built. You've got partially built homes that you maybe didn't even build the right way, but they're up and running and people are living in them. How do you focus on one when you've got these other things still running? And how do you find out, somebody else asked this, how do you find out these questions that you're asking us to, to navigate our niche? How do you find out? I mean, I know some have done some, but how do you find out specifics about to go deep with your niche? And how do you, I know you can ask, and I've surveyed and so forth and so on. So it's just, and then when you're talking about, they don't have to do it perfectly, a team member. I have had really great virtual assistants. And then I started the last couple, 2-3 years, I've had just no success. And I've had teams and they didn't do what I asked them to. And I was paying money for things and I wasn't getting, and so I've gone through a cycle of not getting and I'm back to doing it all myself. And I know I have to change. So I know that was a lot.
It's
A
okay.
lot of questions, but pick one.
Can we give it up for Wendy? Just kind of wrapping the aha in with the questions. Wendy, I've got your questions. Here's what I'd like to do before I dive into some of those questions. I'd like to take some ahas. All right, Gina, you've been in this space a while. What are some of your ahas as one who's sold a company before, sold a brand?
Just to work your plan till the end, before you even start. And having the one person avatar, because I think mine's going to be way more feminine. Last time it was all type A dudes. But yeah, so my wheels are spinning like, who's my avatar? I know it has probably something to do with, they're like me, like act 2 or staying fit after 50, but we're travelers and we're creatives, and we're maybe doing it on a yacht. So
yeah.
Come
on.
Yeah, but to plan it out, I like this. That's the hardest part, though, of course, is that decide part. So
right. Can we give it up for Gina? Gina, one thing you tapped into was when you plan it all out beforehand, when you run it through the finish line, even if you haven't built, it taps into our ability to dream. It taps into our ability, like, do we actually believe it's possible? Come on, how big is the yacht, Gina? And where are we sailing?
Oh, it's my boyfriend wants to go around the world. I'm like,
awesome.
Around the world, do the ocean part yourself. I'll meet you in Europe from the Bahamas. I'll meet you in Europe.
I'll meet you in the Bahamas. Right? It really, it presses that identity piece. Like, how good is God? How good is he really?
Exactly. And it challenges, what this does is it challenges all our but we like the dude who's doing it, the YouTube channel, really cheap on their $5,000 boat. I'm like, oh, hell no. I ain't no $5,000 boat girl. So
I love you.
Maybe 1 million and $5,000.
Right? Right? Come on. Right? It's that whole process. I mean, one of the reasons I have this book, and I don't know if you can see the folded down pages, those are all new brand ideas that I haven't touched yet, right? Because I'm still running through finish lines on ones that I have in my hand. And can I give you kind of a forward-looking, future-paced visual on something? When we first start to build brands, we think they're all about us, right? But the more we grow as business builders, the more we grow as apostolic developers, the more we see that our ideas are actually grounds for other people's skill sets. And if we try to do it all ourselves, we're just being hoarders. And nothing about the idea that God gave to you is designed so you'll hoard it. Okay? It's one of the beliefs that we'll tackle in the next session. It's that hoarding mentality that causes us to not monetize, because there's no place for the monetization energy to land because we're hoarding all of the skill sets. What's about me? No. When we level up our identity, we'll start to see that God's looking for somebody. Who can he give 5 cities to? Who can he give 10 cities to? Right? The forward in each of my 4 books is be fruitful and multiply. Right? I don't need to be the face of every single one of my brands. Now, when I started, I was like, oh, me. Wait, me. Hey, right? Just does that make anybody else laugh? It's like the more I build, I'm like, oh, it has nothing to do with me. The more people I bring in, the more profit we make and the more fun we have. Right? So it's really about learning to cast that vision, Gina, right? And I love what you carry. I love that it's around the world. I love that it's both creative and corporate. I love that you can navigate both of those spaces. And the truth is, every single one of you on this call, whether you believe it or not, if you are even circling my vortex, you have an apostolic mandate, big churchy words, but you have, and I just got the goosies head to toe, you have an actual mandate to build and send, just write this in the chat, to build and send prospering enterprises into creation. Like you just do. If you're in my vortex, you just do. Whether you choose to believe it, receive it, accept the mission or not, the call is still there. The permission slip is granted. Just say that, permission granted. Right? Permission granted. I'm going to share one more story. Actually, let's take another takeaway from somebody on this system piece, just the 3 pieces. And then from there, I want to tell one more story, and then I'll tackle some of your questions, Wendy, because I think you're looking at tactically, what do we do next, right? How do I handle the next 8 hours in the next working day? Is that fair? Does everybody understand that? Like, what do I do tomorrow, right? Any other takeaways? Any other, like, cool, right? Any other takeaways? All right. Pam, go for it. Can you go ahead and unmute?
I don't really know how to say this, but I feel like you're tapping when you're saying that we should not be doing it ourselves. It should not be a DIY. You're actually tapping into a lifestyle or a mentality of poverty, a poverty mentality.
Oh, interesting.
And I despise a poverty mindset, but I know I have it sometimes. So that's really causing me to kind of say, okay, you have to up your game.
Yeah. Can we give it up for Pam?
I still don't know where I'm going to get the money from to hire somebody.
So let's tap mindset first on that, and then let's go ahead and take another break. But Pam, that was actually really beautiful. One of the things that helped me, can I just share with you ladies, kind of very, very vulnerably, how one of the things that helped me, because I was in that cycle, Pam, for 5 years. Somebody write 5 years in the chat. It's one of the reasons as some of my mastermind clients know, Lisa Swanson, sometimes it's like spicy Coach Ann. That's what they call me. They're like, all right, Ann's spicy today. Like, get out the Tapatio. Or if I start to speak in Spanish, it's like, come on. So here's the thing that really helped me. When I realized that God wasn't doing everything himself, he's like, Ann, I didn't come to earth. Jesus came to earth. He had a specific area that he was focused on. And Holy Spirit's the one inside of you, right? 3 in 1. Now, that's a very big kind of theological concept, but it helped me begin to believe that it might be possible that God had people he was trying to get to me to help me. Does that make sense? It made it like, oh, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that I could potentially, possibly believe that how you do one thing, God, God, Jesus, Holy Spirit is how you do everything? Like how you designed me to have a suitable helper, to have somebody who would go to the line for me? Wait a minute. So that whole principle of fidelity in design, I had to dare to hope that it was possible. That God wasn't withholding from me, that he actually was trying to nudge me into my next breakthrough. Does that make sense? And so I understand. The truth is, we were not designed to do anything alone. Nothing. Right? Nothing. Even when we stand at that judgment seat, we got Jesus right there advocating for us. Come on. Hallelujah. I don't have to do that alone. Right? So, in the same way, just consider the possibility of hope, maybe, that there's a light at the end of the tunnel and God's actually trying to get people to you. He's trying to get you to a place where you'll craft the vision, Pam, Gina, craft the vision. Make that vision plain, Wendy. One vision. And then, what does the next part of that verse say? So that people can run with it. But if the vision isn't plain, if there's no blueprint, I'm trying to build that 5,000 square foot side hustle with a hammer and a glue stick. And there's no vision there. There's no aspirational identity. There's no anything for anybody to hope or get a hold of. Does that make sense? All right. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to take another break. Why? Because we've covered some deep stuff today, right? And in the next session, we're going to go even deeper. I'm going to tackle some of those questions that you've got, Wendy. And so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Has this been fun so far? Do you feel like you're like, oh, because I want to level up your identity today. I want you to be, right? Multi-millionaire, right? Multi-millionaire. I want you to be in that place. He had an accident. All right, Wendy, we just pray for complete safety, right? In Jesus' name. All right. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:20 Pacific time. If you have a friend who needs to be encouraged, give them the Zoom link. Get them in the room. All right? I'm here to make you money today, friends. Got my fancy Wonder Woman thing on. All right? All right, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we'll come back.
And this class has just busted open my alabaster box after 11 years of having it right here. It's broke open and I'm bursting forth. And I just can't thank you both enough. For reals, God bless you both.
Thank you. That was really good, Ann. You're amazing.
Hi, my name is Stacy Woodford. I've been an online entrepreneur for over 15 years, and I just want to say what a huge impact Ann has had in my life. She is an incredible mentor. She is a wealth of knowledge. She's just so generous in her time. She's compassionate and kind and just full of wisdom, and I feel so honored and grateful to be mentored by her. Thanks, Ann.
Hey, my name is Shauna. I'm going to give you a little insight on what it's like to work with Ann and Patrick McDonald in the Info to Income Challenge. Now, if you're a solopreneur or entrepreneur like I am, you've probably been through a lot of 5-day challenges, or if not, probably seen them on your newsfeed, right? Well, this 5-day challenge was different. Ann and Patrick create such a powerful breakthrough, and I found it really, really empowering to see that they were doing this together. so a husband and wife, and it was so beautiful, and they really complemented each other and delivered an authentic breakthrough in a simple and enjoyable way. So if you're looking to build your business, I cannot recommend the Info to Income Challenge highly enough. If you're looking for a concise way to do it that you're going to enjoy, you can't spend a week of your time any better way. Highly recommend.
Ann and Patrick are very intentional. Everything is done with you in mind.
Any woman who's wanting to explore the idea of entrepreneurship, if they come to a conference like this, they're going to save so much time, money, effort. Everything that is involved in starting a business will be set out and laid out.
Being able to be with Ann and just being able to have 3 days set apart where I can just soak it in and learn and be with other like-minded women who also have the same desire to have a business and to have those 6 figures that Ann talks about.
I have been to so many conferences, and never in all of my life have I received the breakthrough that I've received here. It's absolutely, positively, beyond a shadow of a doubt, extremely unique.
You get to see the authenticity. You don't get to just hear about other wins, but they also let you know, hey, where we missed the mark. And so like we made these missteps so you don't have to.
If you're ready for excellence, if you're ready for understanding the simplicity behind excellence, if you're ready really to get to that next level, not just in theory, but practicality, then this would be the place to go.
Watching it in action is where you learn.
I'm Iris, and this conference was off the chart. It was amazing. Just being able to hear different perspectives from different powerful people who are willing to come in and just pour out into us was well worth the money. Yes, this is just the beginning. It's going to be so much bigger. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Patrick, for pouring into us and loving us. And your yes helps us with our yes. Thank you.
Thank you both. This has been a really, really wonderful day. I love the small group. I love the interaction. Like, this has been very, very helpful.
I think the clarity is just the big thing for me, because I've gone round and round with that. And I think all of the training is fantastic. I just think that all the stuff you're giving is just amazing.
I have pages and pages of notes today, like so excited. Like, I know that I can do this and I'm gonna love doing it so much. And I would love to replace my 9 to 5 with something that I'm this passionate about. I just like putting myself in the room with people that know how to do it, that have done it successfully, and that can give me the proper encouragement. And I'm happy to do a testimonial declaring that whenever you would.
Info to Income with Ann and Patrick is absolutely amazing. It was worth every second that I spent on the calls. It was worth every penny. All right, thank you for everything you do, Ann and Patrick. I just feel a soul connection with you all, and just grateful for you utilizing you to show us how to utilize us to do the content. So blessings, thank you.
Hi there, my name is Judy Kaler, and I would love to share with you the breakthrough that I got from the Info to Income Challenge with Ann and Patrick McDonald. And it's very simple, but it has been so profound to me. Major breakthrough for me. So I encourage you to take the Info to Income Challenge with Ann and Patrick McDonald. It is well worth your time.
More than helpful, more than even everything that Ann had said before. And I'm sure the knowledge that you shared with us is probably just the tip of the iceberg of what you carry, but the wealth of what you shared was just absolutely amazing. And
if you want to go to the next level, if you want to be a successful entrepreneur and take your business to the next level, there are tools and keys here. Patrick and Ann McDonald carry a breaker anointing where it helps carry you into the next level.
you're in with a group of people that are supportive, transparent, honorable, just a really great learning environment.
Anne is just such a wealth of knowledge, and I've already learned so much. It has changed my life. I'll never be the same after this.
My name is Teresa. When I wanted to build an online course, I enrolled with Anne and Patrick in their finisher course. I'm immensely thankful that I did that because the support has been incredible. Their leadership has been absolutely essential. The way that they take you through all the steps, and they don't teach you anything that they haven't done before. And what's equally valuable is the community that they've created of individuals that are doing the same that you are doing. And that's another level of support that's invaluable. I would highly recommend subscribing to the Finisher course if you are thinking of creating an online course. The fact that we don't live on the same continents don't matter at all because the online space has no borders. Thank you.
All righty.
You can manifest anything and everything you might dream of.
You actually can manifest anything. Come on in. Come on back in. I'm on just a couple of minutes early. Is it okay if I refresh my my lip gloss with you? Is that okay? Can I do that, Gina? Why am I doing that? Because I actually want to show you, ladies and gentlemen, that you don't have to be perfect. Okay. You don't have to be perfect. Is that good news for anybody? Is that good news for anybody besides me? Come on, Gina.
Yes,
As
because
people are kind of right.
if we
Talk,
try to be
Gina. Let me put my earphones in so I can hear you.
Yeah.
Go for it.
If we tried to be perfect, we would attract really annoying perfect people. They're dreadful.
That's huge, Gina. Right?
Yes.
Oh my
Ew.
gosh. We don't
They're
want that
not
energy
fun.
anywhere. Right? Maybe speaking a little from experience, huh?
Yeah. Ooh.
Man. Oh, wow. I love it. I love it. All right, so let me ask you a question. Let's take some ahas. In this session, we're gonna kind of try to knock out of the ring some of our biggest blocks when it comes to actually monetizing. That's my plan for this session. But before we get there, I want to take some more ahas. It doesn't have to be right, doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't even have to be good. Right? Just kind of wave your hand and unmute, and let's go ahead and take some ahas so far. How glad are you that you showed up? How it's like, okay, whew, breath of fresh air, right? Welcome to the cabin. Ahas.
I'll go.
Go for it.
How God created me has fidelity and design.
Come on. Could somebody write that in the chat? You'll hear me if you're around long enough. I talk about niche fidelity. I talk about fidelity a lot. So Kathy, I'm so glad you shared that. And we don't have to be anything other than we are. We're not going to make a duck run a marathon, right? Right? Awesome, awesome. How God created me has fidelity and design. Why don't we just say that as a declaration? How God created me.
How God created
me has fidelity in design. Come on, and isn't all great design designed to be multiplied and shared? Come on. Come on. Thank you, Wendy. We just pray that you get the breakthrough today. And on that note, remind me to tell a funny story about how I learned to overcome those things. Jennifer knows what I'm talking about, I think, when my son was in Mexico. I'll tell a funny story on that. The whole like putting attacks in context, like don't give them any legs. All right, let's take some more ahas. Lisa Swanson, I totally remember that. It's a good story, right? I think everybody needs to hear that one. All right, let's take some more ahas. Pam, Jennifer, Gina.
I'll go. So, professionals specialize, I think, is profound, because you can't be, if you're a jack of all trades and you're a master of none, is that right? And so it doesn't help us hone in and on our message and the pain point of our avatar and all of that. But then the next thing I had written down was testimony is the spirit of profit. And to me, I just kept hearing, seek first the kingdom of all things, and all other things will be added unto you. And that testimony in what we're victorious over is what we carry authority in that pain over. And so that is kind of how all of that culminated in my brain.
Come on. I love it. Right? Martha Stewart was a caterer first.
Something else that I was thinking about is stepping out in faith is what you're inviting people to do, but you are not any longer stepping out in faith. You're stepping out in knowledge and experience, which is nice too. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't have to say, well, I'm doing this even though I've never done it. You are saying, no, actually, no, I've done this. Faith, hope, and love are the most important. The greatest of those is love. Because in faith, we don't need that anymore in heaven. We don't need that anymore after the fact, but we need it now.
Yeah. Come on, let's give it up for Kathy. And I'll have my husband share with you, I'm always stepping out, trying new stuff. That faith button is like, whoa. Thank you, Kathy. I really appreciate that. Love really is the gig, isn't it? Right? Do we love God enough to believe that how he does one thing and he prospers our first little catering business a la Martha Stewart? That someday we're going to be on the New York Stock Exchange. We'll take out her little prison time, but we'll celebrate the big piece. Right? Come on. Yeah, I am not addicted to my comfort zone. That's a true statement. That's a true statement. All right, let's take some more ahas. Let's take a couple more ahas. Couple more ahas. Gina, Pam. Who else we got? Is Laura still on? Tara. Tara's on. All right. Lisa, Elizabeth. I know people are probably, you're in and out. Well, would you like to hear a funny story about a major spiritual attack? Who would like to hear a story? Who would like to hear a story that confronted one of my mindsets? Would you like to hear a story? All right. So I want you to picture the scene, right? Lisa Swanson was there. And Lisa, you're going to have to vouch for me. You just tell the truth if you're ever if you're in a position where I can unmute you or you can unmute and share. So Patrick and I are doing this challenge, a 5-day challenge. Let me know one in the chat. Do y'all know what a 5-day challenge is? Like today we're doing a masterclass, a half-day masterclass. But do you know what a 5-day challenge is? Pam, you know what a 5-day challenge is? So 5-day challenge is basically you go through, you take a couple of days and you work with a group of people to overcome a certain objection or to achieve a certain objective. So we are in the middle of this super intense, well-attended 5-day challenge. And our son, our oldest son, is in Mexico. And we are live, like right now, I'm live, right? But just like I'm live with you, Gina, Kathy, I can see you, Jennifer, we're in the chat, we're doing the 5-day challenge. And my son calls my husband and he doesn't pick up. He's like, what's the big deal? So, cause we're live. And then my son's girlfriend calls my husband. And Patrick's like, huh, that's weird. And before he can get to the call, my son's girlfriend calls me. And turns out, no joke, my son and his girlfriend are in the middle of a coup. I don't even know how to spell coup. Put coup in the chat. Like, legit. Like, people are getting. And my husband sees me go off screen, and I take the call, and I come back, and I'm like, and everybody's like, everything good? I'm like, awesome, cool, let's keep going. Come on, no big. Jennifer or Lisa Swanson, you're on. Are you in a place where you can unmute? Like, they were locked down. They couldn't get out of the country. They couldn't leave. Like, it was real. Like, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
like,
that was crazy. That was crazy.
I just came on. I was like, yeah, no big.
But you guys handled it so well. It was like, oh my gosh, if that were my son, I don't know if I could still do my my class. Yeah.
Can you say that again, Lisa? Because I want everybody to hear this.
Well, during all of the, we were doing a training and then all of this happened right in the middle of it. So of course it's going to catch their attention, right? It's their son. But for me, I'd be like, I don't know. I'd be like, I got to get off right now, but I got to handle this. But I love how you guys did that, because it not only set boundaries, but it also, he's protected. He's already protected by the Lord. So you had nothing to worry about, and you didn't have to get off to handle it because there was absolutely nothing you could do.
Come on. Can we give it up for Lisa Swanson? Who is here today that wants to build online lifestyle brands that are influential, impactful, make a difference for real people, whether they're 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures, or multiple 7 figures, right? Not even 8 figures, right? But let's go to multiple 7. If you want to do that, you're going to have to level up your identity. And I was like, you again? To the devil. Okay. I don't have time for that. You're going to have to see yourself in situations where what used to take you out, you're like, no big deal. Next. Okay. Why do I share that? Because right now your monetization is capped at what you stop for. Write that in the chat. Spicy Coach Ann. Your monetization is capped at what you stop for, what takes you out. Bad hair day used to take me out. Real talk, right? Bad hair day used to take me out. Fight with my husband used to take me out. Tech not working used to take me out. Yeah, I don't know what to wear used to take me out. Something's happening with my son. Something's happening used to take me out. Friend, you are designed to be fruitful and multiply. Be that tree in the storm, doesn't take you out. You're like, nice breeze. Like a palm tree, right? That's a nice breeze. Happens to be a hurricane, but whatever. Nice try. Our monetization stops at whatever takes us out. Can I go a little spicier? Because who wants to get monetization methods today? Who wants to have high-powered monetization mindsets, like big mindsets that can take you through the storms, can take you through the disruptions, can take you to a place where the mountains all of a sudden become molehills, and you're like, honey, my vantage point is so generational, that little thing just doesn't even register anymore. Who's up for that? Give me a 1 in the chat if you're up for that. Right? Thank you, Kathy. Give me a 1 in the chat. Monetization caps at what you check with. Come on. Monetization caps. What you checking with? Checking with your bank account? Capped. Checking with your spouse? Capped. What are you checking with? Checking with American Express? Capped. I hear this thing that God says, all things are possible. I already said yes before you asked. No, I'm going to check with my this. I'm going to check with my bank account. I'm going to check with my mama. I'm going to check with my papa. I'm going to check with my best friend who is not an entrepreneur. Our responsibility as, I'm going to use some big language here, apostolic brand builders, right? People who are designed by God to build and send real, fruitful, multiplying things into the earth, whether they look like a 5-figure holiday decor brand or a multiple 7-figure consulting brand, doesn't matter. It's the same skill set, friends. It's why how we do one thing is how we do everything. Does that make sense? Right? How we do one thing, oh, that takes me out. That's a very logical reason to stop my challenge. And God's like, is there anybody who will love my people on the other side of that camera so much that they see what the enemy means to go, ha! It's just like a little molehill. It's like, no, friends. The meaning that we give to stuff is the meaning it takes on. That's a writer down. The meaning that we give to stuff is the meaning it takes on. How do I know? I spent 5 years blaming my honey. I can't build my brand. I can't be successful. He just keeps saying no. God's like, I didn't ask you to check with him, hon. I asked you to check with me. I did not ask you to check with him. You love me more, or do you idolize him? Which is it, daughter? Now, that was my story. Okay? So, have you ever been in a place where you become aware of the things that keep tripping you up? Have you ever become aware, oh my gosh, every time that happens, every time I try to make content, my tech goes out. Every time I try to make content, I have an issue with my tooth. Every time I try to do this, somebody in my family needs me. You guys know what I'm talking about? Would it be okay with you if I gave you some mindsets to help you see in perspective? So that as you're building your brand, you inhabit that place of identity, that awesome Gina, that multimillionaire Gina, that 8-figure Gina, that 8-figure Jennifer, that 8-figure Kathy, right? So that you're making decisions, you're seeing the circumstances from a place of victory, right? Does that make sense? Okay. So a couple of the mindsets, let me know if any of these have ever gone through your head. I can't do that because I can't afford it. Let me just know one in the chat. I can't do that. I can't hire anybody. I can't afford it. What about this one? I can't do that. My husband won't let me. Now, Patrick's going to come in on the 4th session and he's going to talk a little bit about what it was like for us, because when we were in the struggle, I've been an entrepreneur pretty much my whole life. He has not, right? He was a Wall Street financial guy, okay? And so there were these 2 different languages that we were speaking. And one is not right and one is not wrong, but there is an edification process, right? We want it to be, ligament, right? And things to make things move easily. We don't want it to be like bone on bone, right? We want things to move easily. So he's going to talk about that in the 4th session. So one of the things I want to share with you, there's a story that I like to use to illustrate what helped me break through. So is it okay if I just tell a story to help illustrate the point? So just before I do that, just kind of roll your shoulders, right? Get to a place of where it's safe here. You know, it's just safe. Okay. Now, fix my necklace a little bit. All right. Now you may have heard this story before, but I want you to listen in. I want you to lean in, be like, oh yeah, I kind of see that. Okay. So when I was struggling with, yeah, but I don't have this. Yeah, but. And what was happening was I was becoming more calcified in my justification of yeah, buts. I became kind of more negative and more kind of hunched over and less fun to be around. And I always had a really good logical excuse for not doing something, you know? And I tended to surround myself with people who were like that. And this story helped me to get out of it. So, do you know how they catch monkeys in a forest? Okay, just Gina, you know the story. Like, just set the scene for a second. You are in this abundant rain forest. Okay, you're like, I don't know, you're in Costa Rica. It's abundant, it's lush. And let's just set the scene, there are no bugs. Okay, like it's I don't know, it's like a Disney princess lush forest with no nefarious character, right? Before Disney went wonky. Like it's a lush forest. And there are all these amazing free monkeys, healthy, amazing animals swinging from vine to vine. You know, Tarzan and Jane are there just for good measure. And there are banana trees everywhere. Okay? I want you to get the picture. When you've got the scene, paint, I want you to practice your visualization skills with me here. Okay? Practice visualizing this abundant forest. There are banana trees everywhere. There are happy monkeys everywhere. They're like got bananas all day from yesterday to 20 years in the future. They're never going to be able to get all the bananas that they have free access to. Okay. Some man or woman wants a monkey. I don't know why they want to capture a monkey, but they want a monkey. So what do? They take a little box. They put a little hole in the end, just big enough for the monkey to reach their hand in, reach your hand in, but not pull their hand out if they're making a fist, right? So I want you to picture that. You can put your hand in and you can touch something in the box, but if you hold on to it, they can't get their hand out. Now, these boxes in this abundant forest aren't like attached to anything. Like they're just kind of boxes, okay? Might have a stake, sort of. And what happens is they go to these trees and they take a banana off the tree and they put it in the box. And the monkey's like, oh, there's a banana in that box. I'm going to go get the banana in the box and I'm going to hold on to it so tight so that nobody takes my banana. And the monkey's like, wait a minute, I can't get my hand out. I'm stuck. Because the monkey is holding so tight to that banana. Now just hold there for a minute. How many times have you and I held so tight to our belief that we're right? I don't have any money. I'm holding on to that. Holding on to that belief. And what happens is that we are captured and locked just like that monkey because we won't release the banana. Okay? So one of my first questions for you is, and this is what I was confronted with when we got the call from my son's girlfriend. She's like, yeah, it's kind of dicey here. They're shooting at people. Like, you know, my aunt's at the airport. They were shooting. Her plane got grounded. Like, legit, right? Like, legit banana. What are we holding on to? What belief What experience, write the word belief, experience, and circumstance in the chat. What belief am I holding on to so tight that I won't release it to get freedom? What circumstance am I holding on to so tight that I won't release it to get free? Right? Facts, ma'am, just the facts. No, no, no. So one of the things that visual helped me with was it gave me a concrete place to put my bad beliefs. Do you know that money actually grows on trees? Right now I'm in the Lake Tahoe Basin area. It's very close to Lake Tahoe. There are these pine trees that grow freely here. They're called sugar pine trees. Do you know what you can get for a sugar pine cone that falls freely on the ground? About $25. Money grows on trees. But in order to get a hold of that belief, I had to let go of, yeah, but I don't have any money. Well, get in the flipping car, go pick up some pine cones and sell some pine cones, right? Why? Because how you do one thing is how you do everything. How you look at money is how you look at money. How you look at money coming in is how you look at money going out. How you look at money going out is how you look at money coming in. Am I helping anybody? Am I helping anybody get a little bit of hope? Because once I was able to identify some of my really bad beliefs, I was able to say, oh, may not feel true. I still got to deal with my American Express bill. But if I will realize that if I let go of this low level belief that I'm holding on to about money, and I just simply change my perspective and I look around, I'm like, holy cow, there are bananas on every single tree. I can get a business line of credit. I can get a partner. I can even, holy cow, I'm getting a new idea for a new product. Holy cow, maybe I could just call up a couple people, see if I could pre-sell the program. $25K, come on. Do you see where I'm going with this? Now, it may not feel true. May not feel true. But the truth is, nothing feels true when we're stuck in an old bad belief. Okay? Does that help anybody? That story literally gave me a visual place for my bad beliefs about circumstances, my bad beliefs about like, yeah, buts to land. So when I got the call from my son, I was like, oh, I've got an opportunity to train and to steward. I think we had like 60 people registered, 60 souls on board my plane, if you will. Am I going to crash the plane and ground it because somebody's trying to ping on a low level idol? No, not happening. Not happening on my watch. Mm-mm-mm. God, you got my son. Devil, shut up. Back to the call at hand. Why? Because God's looking for people he can trust on the front lines. He's looking for people who know the actual size of the battle. Friends, the battle's already won. Just say that. The battle's already won. Literally, there's money everywhere. There are people looking for jobs everywhere. There are people looking, trying to get to you to help you. Build your brand, Pam. Build your brand, Kathy. But they don't know the vision, right? Once Gina gets her vision for the next one, she makes it plain. Habakkuk 2. All of a sudden, people have a place to land. But if you and I won't steward the blueprint, we won't steward that place, and we won't confront what bananas, right? Kind of funny, right? What bananas are we holding on to, right? For me, it was money, my kids, my husband. God's like, Ann, I'm trying to bless all of y'all. But you're stuck down here at this low level identity. Amateur Ann, average Ann, scaredy pants Ann. And I'm asking you, hey, what if you just actually believed I was good at my word? What I said I meant. So how about you actually behave from that belief? Right? Does that make sense? All right. One piece. Just say this out loud. I'll release the bananas. Right? I'll release the bananas and I'll go get all the bananas on all the trees. Okay? I'll release the bananas. Money is everywhere. Literally, money is everywhere. Okay? But we don't believe it because we assign a meaning to our circumstance. That's the first one. The second thing that really helped me. Okay? Now, I grew up, maybe like you, in a pretty standard upper middle class home. I never lacked, but it wasn't like I had dittos when everybody had dittos. Right? I wanted dittos. And I maybe got one pair, but not like 5 pairs. Okay. I had to buy my own Candy's shoes, right? My mom and dad were not going to buy those for me. So I had to go get a job at JCPenney to save up my money to buy the shoes I wanted. Okay? So it wasn't like I witnessed a leveled up mindset all the time. Does that make sense? So when I started to learn about business, I had some friends, and what I noticed was everything seemed so easy for them. They thought differently than I did. They made decisions differently than I did. And while I was kind of hustling, trying to pay off my used car so I didn't have any debt, they're like borrowing to leverage to make more money. And I was like, wait a minute. The truly wealthy aren't afraid of money. They know how to leverage money. They know how to use money. And here I am, afraid of it, holding on super tight, trying to not let go. And so there's this principle, if you will, of wealthy mindsets know how to leverage and borrow for increase. Would it be okay with you if I illustrated this another way with a travel analogy? Okay. Do you know that it is possible for you to walk from California to Florida? You can stop and say hello to Gina in Tennessee along the way, right? You could walk, Kathy, right? We could meet up in Southern California. We could walk to Florida, right? It's a lot of work, right? Be pretty cheap, right? We camp along the road, take a backpack. We wouldn't smell very good, and it would take a whole lot of time, right? You guys getting what I'm dropping? We could walk. Now, we could also take a bicycle, use a little bit of leverage, right? A little bit of leverage. We could bike. My cousin actually did that. It's a little more expensive. It's, still not going to smell very good. It's going to take a long time. Or Kathy and I could charter a private jet. No stops, no security, right? And we could get on that private jet and very swiftly. Gina, we could stop, pick you up in Tennessee, and then we'll hop on over to the beach in Florida. Leverage. It's the concept of leverage. Okay? In order to use leverage, financial leverage, time leverage, borrowing leverage, collaborating leverage, opportunity leverage, you and I must have an identity that isn't undone by the concept. Okay? what I noticed about my super wealthy friends that were building real estate empires long before I got into the game was they would put some money down, buy an investment property, get some partners together, buy more investment property, get the cash flow, let it increase, and then leverage that against more. And their net worth multiplied while mine was walking from California to Florida because I had no debt. Well, I also didn't have $10 million at the time. Okay. I was like, yeah, my $380,000 house is paid off. Woo. Friends, the wealthy, the builders think differently. And so one of the things I want to give to you in this process is, how do we handle it when we come up against the yeah buts? How do we handle it when we're holding on to our bananas, when we're holding on to our bad beliefs about what we see? Okay. Lisa Swanson was in the room in one of our recent masterminds. And I'm going to go, can I go to the board and draw for you an example of how we played this out in the mastermind? And Lisa, go ahead and speak up and let me know how this helped if at the right time. Let me share this. So our identity, whether it's, I'll just use average Ann and awesome Ann, right? Or mediocre Millie and millionaire Millie. When we are over here in average land, I'll just go ahead and draw this. Average, mediocre, I think that's spelled right. Or justifying the facts, ma'am, right? We look at what's on the table in front of us. We look at the money. We look at the opportunity. We look at the relationships. We look at the circumstances. We look at all these things with a certain set of eyes, right? And we're like, hey, dude, I'm right. These are the facts. This is the American Express bill. This is the opportunity. These are the circumstances, right? I shared with you when my son was in Mexico. The circumstances, like, enough already, right? What we are experiencing is what we believe we're experiencing. This is the low-level identity that I used to be in. Now, over here, from this identity, the new one, right? The millionaire. Well, we actually call them like, let's call it 7-figure, right? 8-figure identity. How does the 7-figure identity look at that? Look at those same circumstances, right? Right? Let's take it a step further. How does God look at those? How does God, right? I'll just draw, right? How does God look at those? He's like, this is a setup for a victory, friend. Come on. This is a setup for a victory. Why? Because the game is rigged in a good way. Okay. Already won. Just looking for somebody who will take me at my word and look at the frame, if you will, of your life as the sweet nectar that's going to bring out the opportunity, the idea, the solution that nobody's thought of before, right? So the question is, and when we were in our mastermind, I basically had, and Lisa was in the room, we had people put things on the table. We're like, all right, let's go ahead and put these things on the table. Let's put the facts on the table. And let's stand on this side of the table and talk about how we're experiencing them. And then let's move around to the other side of the table and let's be 7, 8-figure Lisa, right? 8-figure Marilyn. And let's talk about what they look like from this vantage point. And how's about, friend, we make decisions from this vantage point. This side. right? And how's about we navigate our niche from this side? And how's about we assign stuff, right, from this side rather than the other side? Let me know one if you're getting it. Let me know one if this is helping. Can I tell you something else? I still do this. I do this all the time. Because at every level, there's something else. God's like, hey, you ready? Come on, Wendy, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, Lisa, I got something super cool for you. Gina, come on, let's go. Are you ready? Right? Jennifer, Kathy, right? Are we ready? Tara, are we ready to go? Elizabeth, come on, let's go, right? The breakthrough comes in the going, but first we have to decide which side are we looking at it from, right? Right? Your current problems from seven-figure perspective look small and boring, right? You're like, I got that thing taken care of. That is my bread. Come on. Are we going to be like Caleb, right? Are we going to be like Caleb? Or are we going to be like the 10 spies? Man, those giants are big. Not going to do anything. Yeah, I'm right. I knew I was right. Okay. Let me ask you another question. Who are you asking to support your opinion? Are you asking the person on the other side of the table, your friend who's never built a business? Are you asking the person on the other side of the table, like who's got no grit for the call on your life? Or are you asking God, who's like, come on, let's do it. Let's do it. Does that make sense, Elizabeth, Emily? Right? Friends, we got one shot in this body. I wasted so much time being right. Is it okay if I just toss some of these things on the table? Because I want them redeemed, but I wasted so much time being right that I missed opportunities. And I'm still like, all right, God, come on. You said nothing is lost. Let's redeem that puppy. Come on. Let's go get it. Let's go redeem that thing. All right? Does that make sense? So what I want to do in this session is give you a hopeful perspective. Just go ahead and write hopeful perspective. I'm not telling you to not look at all your circumstances. I'm not telling you to not look at your American Express bill, but I am telling you to look at it from a business owner who's like, yeah, one event, boom, right? Done. All right. When my husband and I, we built a custom home, and our bills during that month were like, I don't know, $60,000, $100,000 a month on American Express. Now, if I had been looking at that as someone who didn't have a plan for that house, how many of all y'all know I would have been like, shut up. Right? Patrick just wrote in the chat at one point, just became numb. It's like, ooh, what's the game? What's the American Express bill going to be? Is going to be 60,000 or 120? Who knows? Right? But we had a vision. Somebody write vision in the chat. I had a vision. I had a blueprint. And I had a banker. Come on, let's give it up for our bankers. Right? I had a banker. Banker's like, yeah, you got a line of credit here. You know, when you're done with the construction thing, it's going to wrap up, right? Amazing. Amazing. Our family had a great time in that home. It was fun. It was beautiful. Radically different than if I'd been like, no, I can't spend money. I'm going to be in a $380,000 paid off. I won't use the language. Shack. Shack, right? No. And I made way more money when I sold that custom home brand, power of a brand, than I would have if I just stayed in that little box that felt safe. And nobody bothered me about it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. No. Okay. There's a saying, it goes like this: God isn't checking your balance. He's not checking your bank balance. He's checking your faith. Okay? You will never get a vision for a brand or a business that fits your bank account. It's not going to happen, friend. It never will. Because if it fit your bank account, you've already done it. It's already done. It's past, done, and it's in the process of dying. Right? Everything in all creation, in all nature, it's either living or it's in the process of decay. All right? So the question is, where is your brand? Is it on life support? Because you're holding on to some bananas, some bad beliefs? Or are you ready to bring it up into, hey, this is what it was designed to be. This is the design fidelity, as Kathy said, of what my brand is supposed to be. Does that make sense? Awesome. Awesome. All right, let's take a couple of ahas from that. I'm not telling you the beliefs aren't real. Lisa was in the room, right? Beliefs are real, right? I'm not telling you it's always easy. It's not. But it is worth it. Lisa, you want to say something?
Yeah, this is so good, Anne. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I just keep thinking about just all the times that I've been in the room, right? And that one time when that happened with your son, it was during a mastermind. I believe it was, if I remember correctly, but yeah, it was just a little nutso, but it was just so perfect. It's like that lifestyle thing, but it is a belief. It is a mindset. And for me, I think you have really helped me to just have that mindset of, okay, this is online. It's nothing different than what you do as a nurse in the ICU at bedside. Nothing different that you would do with anyone put in front of you that you know you are called to speak into. So I really love that. And when we did that exercise of putting it down, because you have to lay it down, because if you don't, you're carrying it like that monkey. So laying it down, okay, this is what it is. I'm going to walk across the other table and I'm not going to pick that up again, but I'm going to move forward in what I know is that possibility of that 7 figures. It's there. I just need to pull it out because it's already there. It's already in me. So it's just really, really good to know that there's someone like you and Patrick out there that believes more than I believed in myself. A couple years ago, I didn't believe that I could do all this, but I knew in my heart that I needed to be in that space with you guys. And so much more was going on. Life was going on, with my husband, with the kids, with my career, all of this stuff. But I knew in my heart that it was time. It was time to level up. It was time to make those changes that I needed to make while not, how do I say this? Not putting, not even belittling myself, but in a way we do that because we're not believing that what we have is good enough for being online. It's a mind thing. It's totally a mind thing. So it's super helped me to step out in faith and courage to know that what I carry is so important. And who cares what other people think? That people pleasing thing is, the enemy just wants to get you every time and say, oh, it's all about being online. And, oh, that's not fruitful. That's not this, that's not that. I call BS on that, pardon my French, but I do, because there's so many opportunities for all of us, everyone on the screen, everybody that's hearing this, to just put yourself out there in front of other people that need to see you, that just aren't basically in front of you in person. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for that and giving me that belief in myself more than anything, that, wow, I do carry something really amazing that, yeah, it's online, but I'll be reaching thousands, millions more people than I would ever reach if I was just in the hospital, So moving forward in my career as a nurse, there's so much more that we could be doing. Jennifer knows this. She's a nurse as well, and moving in what she carries. And it's just amazing to know that, you know, we don't have to settle, and we're not gonna. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Come on. Can we give it up for Lisa? How many of you are going to go set up a table in your house and put some stuff on it and walk around the table now? I'm going to put on like downer Ann, average Ann. I'm going to put the stuff on the table. I'm going to walk around the side to the other side of the table. I'm going to put on 8-figure Ann. I'm going to look at that thing and be like, you're my bread. You're going down. Right? All right. Let's take some more takeaways. Let's take some more takeaways. Set up a table. God, what does God say? I prepare a table for you in the presence of your enemies. Come on. Gina, what you got?
I'm just loving how I'm watching how you're doing all this.
It's all good.
Hearing what you're saying. So I just wrote fun, freedom, and faith. I don't know what the end is, but those elements are part of my thing.
Come on, I love it. Let's give it up for Gina. It's all good, friends. It's all good. All right, let's take some more takeaways. Look, I have real talk cried through masterminds where people like my mentor Ryan and Michael and others were helping me change my mindset, helping me to walk around the table without shirking back to the other side, right? For me, the table analogy just works really well because I can physically see it. And then sometimes I'm able to see people on opposite sides of the table. And God's like, I want to give you a heart so that you make it easy for other people to walk around on their own accord. We're not dragging anybody who doesn't want to be on the other side of the table with us. We're just loving them, right? And the power of the testimony of the success will absolutely change the game. Kathy, you had an aha. Let's go ahead and hear it.
I know that I have something, it feels like right there, that I need to do, and I need to begin to do it every day.
Can we give it up for Kathy? Think about this, friend. How many people are on the other side of your yes? How many people are right now struggling under it? And your yes literally gives them that little pinhole of light of hope. It gives them someplace to focus, Jennifer. It gives them some place to focus, Pam. It literally opens up the door for them, Emily, right? Elizabeth, it gives them the thought, holy cow, I could actually have a life partner. Tara, it opens up that space, right? And that shifts everything. That's like that butterfly. One little shift actually shifts everything, right? Right? Wow. All right, let's take a couple more ahas. Let's take a couple more ahas. And go ahead and unmute. Any more ahas? Go for it, Gina.
I'm just processing, watching you demonstrate your journey of coming to this place in yourself. Because part of me was like, well, if I had a husband successful on Wall Street, how scared would I be? But it's worse. You're getting the line items, FedEx bills. That'd be mortifying. And so I think there's a part of me that always has to cling to a word that someone gave over me that, you know, you don't have to ride on anyone else's coattails for the thing God's given you. And I don't know if it's a feminine thing, like we defer so often. So I think that's a big thing for me, just letting you plant vision in me of doing the next thing. that I have what it takes to create the vision and map it out and attract the people that can play the different roles. So I think catching that from you is just really beautiful.
Come on, can we give it up for Gina? Yeah, you may know Patrick now, but you didn't know him then. It was rough, friends. And he's going to talk about it in the fourth session. Gina, you touched on something that I want to just share. This was another thing that your articulation of that reminded me of something that helped me. As women and men, we love you, but most of my audience is women. God drops the idea into us to incubate, right? And think of your blueprint as designing the ideal nursery for your baby. No budget, right? And so in that incubation process, the energy with which you hope and grow that idea, you incubate that idea for that beautiful nursery. That's the freedom. That's the permission. And God didn't give that to any dude. Okay. Right? He gave it to us. Does that make sense? So thank you, Gina. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Awesome. Any other ahas on this? Any other kind of like, right? I'm not asking you to go make $1 billion tomorrow. I'm asking you to walk around the table and look at it differently so that you can incubate that idea, blueprint that idea, finish the blueprint, even if it's a coffee sleeve fix information product. Okay. Because the practice is where our abilities grow, right? All right. Well, has the masterclass been fun so far? Are you glad? Actually, I would like to know, are you glad you showed up? Right? A lot of times when I'm putting these things together, again, the reason I'm even doing this is we had a challenge and I got on the phone with, I think we had 7 or 8 calls. And everybody, even clients who are rocking and rolling financially, were like, Ann, I'm not monetizing. I need more revenue. And I was like, I'm hearing the same thing from this end of the spectrum to this end of the spectrum. And I was like, why don't we just do an entire focus on monetization, right? Let's just talk about it. So here's my question for you. In the 4th session, the mister is going to come on. You're going to hear how we kind of broke through it. It wasn't seamless. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't without some collateral damage that we had to kind of work through, right? But it was something that now I look back on and I think, all right, the mindset that I was able to shift, the mindset that he was able to shift, those things are available to each one of us. Okay. So he's going to unpack that. Pam, did you have an aha? I'd love to hear your heart.
No, actually, it's not an aha. I have 2 questions.
Okay,
so
go for it. Go for it.
Okay, I want to read you a scripture, and I don't want this to influence anybody, but I just need some clarity. So in Romans 13:8, it says, keep out of debt and owe no man anything except to love one another. For he who loves his neighbor, who practices loving others, has fulfilled the law, and goes on.
Okay.
So that is one of the scriptures that I've used to try to stay out of debt.
Awesome.
How do you view that?
Oh, great question. Was there another part to that question? So we get the whole picture.
It's another separate question. I was wondering about the your avatar. So when you come up with your avatar when you are about to advertise whatever it is you're offering, do you actually say who the avatar is? Do you actually say, well, it's if you're 40 years old and you have this and that and the other, because I was talking to my sister-in-law and I was telling her, well, I do this for women between the ages of 35 and 60, and she's 60. No, she's 65. And she said, oh, well, guess it's not for me. And I was wondering how you do that.
Great questions. Can we give it up for Pam? All right. Question. Just question. How many of you are familiar with kind of the Dave Ramsey world, right? The no debt, you're familiar with that world. How many of you are also familiar, and let me know one in the chat if you're familiar with that world, right? How many of you are also familiar with kind of the Robert Kiyosaki world, right? The 4 quadrants. You guys know what I'm talking about? Pam, are you familiar with Robert Kiyosaki?
I have his book.
Okay. Okay. So one of the things that helps me understand, and I don't want to go too deep into I'm not a theologian.
I don't either, Anne, and I don't want to influence anybody else.
It's all good, Pam. It's all good. The truth is my revenue numbers are enough influence. Like my actual revenues are enough influence. But I do want to tackle this because I think it's important. So one of the things, if we're looking for something in scripture to reinforce a banana, we're going to find it. Can I give you an example? So when I was, I don't know, I think it was in my mid-30s, I was asked to be on session at a Presbyterian church. And do you know what I said? I said, women can't be in leadership. The scripture says. So I was looking for a reason. I was looking for a reinforcement of a belief that kept me safe. I wasn't actually looking for the heart of God to be fruitful and multiply. And the first command is to be fruitful and multiply and take dominion over the earth. And dominion, friends, requires leverage. May not always. The other thing I look to, and this may help some people, is if I'm only building with what I have immediate access to, my brand is about this big and reaches about 4 people. Because I can take that to the extreme and not even have a credit card. And it's not, it really is an issue of our own relationship with the Lord. I can't tell anybody what to do. And what's right for one person is not right for another, right? What's right for one person in one season. This is a really important piece, friends. What's right for one person in one season is not right for that same person in a different season. Does that make sense? So when Elijah was dealing with the Shunammite woman, he's like, go to your neighbors and borrow. Get every jar you can. And when she ran out of jars, she ran out of oil. Okay. So whatever it is that we're looking for, let's ask the higher question of, what is in season for me, Lord, with this idea? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to encourage each of you. God is in the business of multiplying and blessing. He's also in the business of reaching us precisely in nobility where we are, right? I was never going to be on session because I wasn't there. I wasn't there. And I looked for something to help me stay safe. And the truth is that was probably the right decision for me at the time, right? There's a lot going on in my life. And so I just want to encourage you. If you're finding, I'm holding on to some stuff so that I don't have to make uncomfortable decisions from the other side of the table, that's cool. Just invite God to the table, right? And say, where are we, right? Are we kind of halfway in the middle? I've been there, right? I've totally been there. Can we just talk for a minute? You get a highlighted American Express bill from your husband? Like, show me the money. And I'm like, oh God, no money. Right? So one of the reasons we're going to have Patrick unpack that is that these are very real things. Put these on the table, right? Put it on the table. Put it on the table.
And I just have to say, Anne, that excuse me for interrupting you.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't believe it's a sin to borrow money. I just want to be integrous with what I do have. And I want to serve well and steward well. And
I know you do.
Most of all, I want to do what pleases the Lord. So that's why I asked the question.
I love your heart, Pam. You know we love you. You know that. You know that.
I know that.
I think you have a big message to reach a big audience, right? And can I just give some hope, not only to Pam, to everybody in the room, and to myself? The very questions that we are wrestling with are likely the questions that our ideal client is wrestling with, right? Wrestling with, grappling with. So sometimes the questions that you have that you feel so burdened by, they're not actually your questions. They're actually the questions God's inviting you to break through and answer on behalf of, Wendy, your future clients. Your future clients, Gina. Your future clients, Pam, Lisa, Kathy, your future clients. A lot of times, the things that you're walking, Jennifer and Tara, the thing that you're walking, Elizabeth and Emily, is actually not even for you, because you're like, I already got this. I know, I'm good with this, God. But you're actually honing your messaging, honing your breakthrough on behalf of that future client, so that they're going to have a safe harbor in you, Wendy, right? So these opportunities for breakthrough keep coming around, whether they're financial or relational. They just keep coming around, right? Why? Because you're actually honing the depth of your breakthrough on behalf of another. Does that make sense? One other way I can put this, because I think a lot of you are familiar, at least with the church world. Where are my prophets in the house? Where are my feelers in the house? Right? Where are my empaths? A lot of times, those feelings aren't yours. They're just in the vortex, right? It's like that thought wasn't yours. It's just in the vortex. Well, in the same way, sometimes these things on the table, these bananas that we're holding on to, they aren't actually ours. You've already got the breakthrough, Pam. I know you do, right? You've already got the breakthrough, Gina. You've already got it, Wendy. You're just kind of honing the outfit, if you will, right? Honing that sound, right, Gina? Like figuring out, how are we going to share this? How are we going to share the story so that it's honoring and not degrading, right? So that it gives hope. It doesn't make somebody go, oh, does that make sense? Does that help anybody? Because that helped me. Ryan, one of my very first mentors, he's the one that helped me with that. He's like, Anne, you realize that you actually have the idea because somewhere out there, somebody is crying out for that, right? And you got the problem because somebody out there is struggling with that problem. Now, he's not a believer, but he was aware of that even back in 2008. So that helped me, and I hope that helps each of you. Any more ahas on this? Any more ahas? Let's take a couple of quick ahas. And then with your permission, before we step into session 4, I'm going to take a couple of minutes and just share with you, if you're good with it, how we can help you, how we can work with you, some of the different ways that we have available, so that your awareness and your breakthrough that you've gotten today has a place to land should you choose to journey with us. All right. So any more ahas on that? Wendy, Lisa, Emily? I don't know, who have we not heard from? Jennifer, Tara, Elizabeth, you guys might be in places where you can't talk. Yeah. The problem I'm going through is so I can help somebody who's going through it. Exactly. Exactly. All right. All right. Well,
Can I say,
Wendy,
can I
go
share
for it.
something?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
I didn't know if you saw my hand. Sorry. So my husband had an accident today. It's like, okay, I see God. I see your hand all over the place. What are you doing? So what you just said was really apropos. The problem you're going through is so that you can help someone else who's going through it or about to go through it. And, you know, all of it, I'm just so aware of realizations in myself of my own, you know, money mindset, which I didn't even know, you know, didn't realize. But also, you know, you're addressing in a sense, and I've said repeatedly, because you're talking about Patrick, and I'm like, could we talk about Patrick? You know, I have a husband, we're polar opposites, okay? And I know that there's a lot of you out there that are like me. I'm thinking, and I'm being educated daily, minute by minute, and my mindset has totally changed in months because I've been in rooms like this.
Mm-hmm.
My husband doesn't have that advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, in a sense, I want to say he's like Patrick, though I don't know Patrick, but the facts, what you said about the facts, he is very, very much, he says it all the time. You can't argue with the facts. They're black and white. And I'm very aware that how you look at the facts, you know, but I didn't say it like you did. You said it very well. And absolutely how you look at the facts impacts everything. So you know, there's just so many ahas. I can't really say, oh, this one or this one or this one. And, you know, I don't know if you'll be addressing, and I've missed parts of this. I missed your son's story. And I'm like, oh, I missed that. But God knows, one of the things I want to say, I've learned over many years, God is so big that he can prepare way ahead.
Yes.
He knows when the decision needs to be made by my engineer husband, who moves very slowly.
It's all good.
He's totally able to make him ready to make that decision when it needs to be made. I used to fret.
No fretting.
I used to fret. No, we have to decide right now.
No.
Years ago. I'm going on and on, but I just want to say, you know, I feel like I'm a living example in this particular meeting of everything that Anne's trying to tell me.
You're parabolic prophet, Wendy. You're living through it. I love it.
Yeah. So I just, you know, it's so good to just embrace and recognize that God's even changing us as we sit here. And he's accomplishing his will and changing our mindset and giving us more belief. And I am, you know, I'm going to speak from faith because that's where I come from. Okay. That's, you know,
I love that.
but to just, you know, again, give my business to God.
Yeah.
You know, you're in charge. What you can do is amazing. And just you know, and I believe that, you know, Anne, you're right on there. And it's very interesting because what you're saying about where you were,
Yeah.
a lot of us have been, but I love that, you know, we have the problems so that we can help somebody else solve them. So
Can we
anyway,
give it up
so
for
good.
Wendy? I really appreciate that. Can we give it up for Wendy? You know, one of the things about building in the online space, and Gina, you're familiar with this, Elizabeth, Kathy, Pam, I'm just looking at the list of people here. We've got Lisa, we've got Tara. I'm sure we've got some good friends listening, you know, in the general session as well, portion. But the whole process of learning how to hone what we want to say, right? It's okay to be like, we actually need these rooms where we can practice and process out how we're going to bring and present our brand message. Does that make sense? So that when we build out different parts of our brand, right? We build out different monetization streams, we built out different things, they all fit together. And it's a really sweet, sweet aroma. So thank you again, Wendy. I appreciate that. All right, well, I'm actually going to ask, give me some ones in the chat if you'd actually like to know, right? What's next if that's something that you want to be able to step into, right? Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like to know, right? If you're like, Anne, I'm all good. All right. We got Tara, thank you. We got Pam 1-1. I love it. 11. Awesome. 111. Okay, so one of the things that happens a lot of times is people will come and they'll engage in our you know, website stuff or our challenges or our social media, and they're like, Anne, what do I get? Like, what's next? What's the next step? And one of the things I like to share with people is we do actually have programs and services from STEM to Stern, because I remember what it was like when I was first getting started. You know, spending my first $15 or my first 15,000 or my first 25,000 or my first, you know, there was a time where I actually spent $100,000 the first time on a mentor. And it was, I thought my world was going to explode. Okay. So what I want to share with you today is based on kind of the group at hand. And there are a couple of things that we do, but there's one core piece that we do that seems to move the needle the fastest. Can somebody just write needle moving the fastest? Needle moving the fastest. And basically what we do I'm going to call it the needle moving the fastest, is we have something called the 7-figure brand advance. Right in the chat, advance. Okay. How many of you have ever been to the airport on like a people mover, right? You can walk, and sometimes Patrick and I will compete. I'll get on the people mover and walk, and he can walk, you know, fast, right? But the design of the advance is really to move you as swiftly from one chunk of mindset as you're building and practical application to the other space. That's really how it's designed. And so we have the 7-figure brand advance, and it is a single event. It's a virtual event. Somebody write virtual. Okay, now I do these in person, but they're way expensive. So I want to talk today about the virtual one. Why do I do a virtual advance? This is a 3-day advance. I'll just let you know that. And in this single advance, we actually dunk tank you, right? Here's cheerleader Ann. We dunk tank you in the lifestyle business brand experience so that you practice finishing decisioning, avatar decisioning, right? You're practicing. The second thing we do is we dunk tank you and practice you in that deep niche piece, right? I didn't have time to go into it today, but there are actually 3 ways that we diagram, blueprint, deep dive, monetize in sequence: client facing, partnership facing, and advertising, right? We get paid by advertisers to advertise on our stuff. That's the second piece, the navigating the depths of that niche, whether it's Gina, carousing around the world on a multi-million-dollar yacht, right? There's a whole lifestyle gig for that, friends. There's an entire brand base for that, right? Or it's somebody in like cellular rejuvenation, like Jennifer Tate is, right? The high performing, healthy, nurse who knows what's going on. Okay. And then here, can I give to you one of the kickers? It's like one of the levers that really moves the needle in this immersive experience. It's that place where we learn to assign even before we do the build. We practice assigning to protect the asset. Just say, I am the asset. I'm going to protect the capital asset.
I'm going to protect.
Right? Now, how many of us have ever been in seasons where we didn't have the best self-image, right? So we willingly didn't protect the asset because it fell in with our narrative, right? It fell in with our narrative. Now, why do I do this virtually? Because one of the biggest misses I see is that people do the work in person, but they don't know how to deliver the message virtually. And if you're going to build an online lifestyle brand in the online space, somebody say online, you got to learn how to post virtually. All right. Now, if you want to be part of our $25,000 and $50,000 masterminds, you can come to both the virtual and the in-person. But the one I want to talk about today is the virtual, right? So in a single virtual 3-day advance, it's called the 7-figure brand advance, we will basically immerse in the process. Now, who would like some good news? You're like, that sounds awesome, man. But like, I kind of need a little more time, right? Than just one thing. So what we've done is we've actually added in, we used to only do this for 12 months. But we've added in, hey, Lisa, I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Can you mute Lisa? Awesome. We've added in 3 months of concierge coaching. Now, concierge coaching is where we meet up, and it's just like it sounds. It's concierge. We call it the VIP Concierge Coaching Lounge. Okay, why? I like nice things. And in the concierge coaching lounge, it's all good. Lisa's a great client. Lisa's actually in our mastermind. So one of the things that we do in that is, how many of you would like to learn from people who have actually done it before? Right? People like Evans Putman. So we have 3 experts coming in that you're going to get access to. One is my funnel guy, who I have paid. I don't even want to say how much money I've paid to him. Neither does Patrick. But he actually has done an entire training so that your whole lifestyle brand website can actually be completely copied from the one that I paid to have built from the ground up. Okay. So Jacob, you're going to get a whole training from Jacob. He's already made the training for us. The second thing, how many of you would love to be in a position where you didn't have to fight for new leads? Right? Gina's starting the new business. Wendy, you're like, which brand do I focus on? Right? Elizabeth, you're like, I'm in the dating, matchmaking space. How, I gotta dial this thing in. Well, would it be okay with you if we brought in the same person who Les Brown went to when he needed to figure out his leads and how to be a guest on podcasts? So would it be okay with you if we brought Evans in? And Evans actually is in the process of teaching our mastermind right now, right? How good is that training, right? Lisa, let me know you're in on that training right now. It's amazing. Like I stop everything to lean in and listen to that training. Okay? So Evans Putman is in. And then we have my guy, Steve. Steve has been with me for well over a decade. I mean, I think as long as I've known my mentor, Ryan. And Steve actually built out Russell Brunson's FunnelFlix site. You guys, anybody ever heard of Russell Brunson? Well, Steve's my guy, okay? And Steve has an entire training, which you actually can't buy, but it's on keywords and SEO and how to actually leverage kind of behind the scenes. So we thought, why don't we just put Steve's training in there as well? Okay, because I was trying to think about what is it that when I build out a brand, I'm looking for the pieces. Does that make sense? I'm looking for what puzzle pieces do I need this piece, I need this piece. I need this piece, I need this piece. I need this piece and I need this piece and I need this piece and I need this piece. And I just went and I made a list of all the pieces and I was like, let's put those in this immersive. And so that's what we did. And so what I'd like to invite you to today, and I'm going to go ahead and share a link with you, is the Lifestyle-Led Brand Advance. It's the 7-figure, 3-day Lifestyle-Led Brand Advance. I'm going to go ahead and drop the chat. And normally, this is a $25,000 commitment. Like, we've had people pay that. Lisa's like, it's amazing. It is amazing, isn't it, Lisa? Like, I wished I had this, right? So what we did was we made some modifications so that it would be affordable. Would anybody like to be able to afford this, right? While we increase and better our monetization and money mindsets. So what we did was we put this together in a form where you can get started for only $3,997 and then 2 more payments of $3,997. So instead of being $25,000, it's just $3,997 to get started, and then you have 2 more payments. Now, we've had people, when Marilyn was joining the program, she's like, trying to pay so fast. She was paying so fast before I changed my mind. That's how fast Marilyn was paying. She's like, she's sending Patrick a message. She's like, where's the link? Now, what we did for people like Marilyn is, if you want to go ahead and pay it in full, we've actually discounted, we've offered a pay in full option. Okay. Now, I did the payment for me because I remember what it was like. I was like, okay, I can slip this in. I can get the breakthrough over the Patrick's laughing. I was like, okay, I can kind of manage it, right? And I was kind of sitting with the Lord. I'm like, Lord, he's like, make it a payment plan. Make the program a payment plan. All right. If you want to pay in full, you totally can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share the link with you. So we had 25 spots overall. We're down to 11. We have 11 seats. That's it. Okay. And Lisa Swanson, it's amazing. Let me go ahead and share the link and then we'll go ahead and take a break. It's simply 7 figures and it's the brand advance. You can go ahead and click on that link. And if for some reason you get taken to the 25K one and you're like, Ann, I'm in for like the mastermind, the year, just let me know. Okay. Emily and I are going to unpack something later in the day that's a $50,000 program. But I was trying to think, what is it that moves the needle the fastest when you've got an idea for a brand and you need to get rocking and rolling, right? You just need to get rocking and rolling. And we actually threw in my pilot program so that if you want to try to get income in the door as fast as possible and you're up for it, you can leverage that as well. So Lisa, I'm putting Lisa on the spot. I don't know if you're in a position where you can share, and then we'll take a quick break, friends. And we'll come back and we'll hear from Patrick, right? Lisa Swanson just says, it's amazing, right? So let me go ahead and share the screen. It should look something like this. There you go. 7-figure lifestyle-led brand advance. Okay. I named some of our clients in here. You can meet Teresa. This is one of our in-person events, right? These are real people, right? This is Michelle. She's a gold medalist. Charlana, Emily, there's Miss M, Dustin, real people, right? So you can go ahead and see everything you're going to get. You even get to see, I put in a video of our vault. Our vault is where people are like, yeah. Oh, and I forgot. Patrick and I have a private podcast to deal with those mindset issues. We sit and we have conversations about being founders, owners, right? What it takes. What are some of the things we come up against, right? Then you can see some of our all-stars. You literally, like I said, I'm not going to tell you what I paid to have this built custom out. You got Evans, you got Steve, award-winning, Dustin, talking about the pilot program. All right, let's go ahead and take a 13-minute break. It's 12:47 on my end. We'll come back at 1 o'clock my time. All right, and I'll stay on. I'll tackle any questions you got. Nothing's off the table, friends. Nothing is off the table.
I'm going to need to run. Time for grandpa to buy grandson a graduation suit. So,
Awesome.
anyway.
Awesome. Thank you, Kathy. All righty, friends. Let's go ahead and take a break. I'll put some more music on, and then we'll be back, and we're going to hear from Patrick. Cool? All right. We're still married, so, you know, it was touch and go. All right.
Annie, you are an amazing teacher. You're an amazing mentor. I've been in so many different masterminds. Your coaching is, like here, like it's, one of the best. And I would tell anyone that this is truly transformational. So your mindset, figuring out your business, figuring out your brand, figuring out the messaging, the transformation that you deliver here is one of a kind. And the way that you teach is just so amazing. I can't even express all the gratitude that I have for this experience. This is an amazing community. So thank you so much. Thank you for all the experience.
Patrick and Anna have been an incredible resource and mentors for me with regards to my online business. I highly recommend working with them. They continually demonstrate a high level of knowledge, skill set, tactics, strategies, and the thing I really like is they really personalize my business. And sometimes we have to make some adjustments or pivot if something's not working, but they always have something in mind to help me advance or succeed to the next level. But one of the biggest reasons I really enjoy working with them is that they're so invested in my business and so supportive of anything I go through with regards to successes or if something doesn't work out. No matter what happens, I always know they'll be in my corner, and anytime I do have success, they're such a big cheerleader for me, and they're always there to help me in any way possible. I couldn't ask for better support, and I really couldn't ask for a more knowledgeable and more resourceful set of mentors. I highly recommend working with them, and you will not be disappointed.
My passion is to build family businesses, family lifestyle businesses. 3 generations ago, my family had a thriving hotel chain, and it was across the entire Middle West. And it was dismantled in the last generation. And so I have a passion for the things that I believe we as families are designed for. So my personal goal is to help 10,000 lifestyle entrepreneurs make their first or their next $1 million using online courses. And so anything that I can do to help facilitate that.
Your passion, both you and your hubby, your passion for sincerely helping people play bigger and giving them the actual tools to do it. Like there's some people that talk about it, but you guys have repeatedly done it, and your passion to help people step into that just radiates. Love you, Anne.
I love you too.
Natalia. I just want to share my takeaway. I mean, I really liked your DNA system because it feels like you are you're becoming, by creating the DNA system, you're becoming a guide or a transformer to your clients, right? In terms of where do they want to be. So they're here now, and the DNA system that you're building, you will be guiding your client to that future of where or who they want to be. And I think that, to me, that was very powerful.
Thank you. Yes.
She wants to live. And I asked her to give you the essence of her genius in this session. So will you please welcome Anne McDonald?
Hey folks, how's it going? Emily here, making progress, and also learn all this awesome stuff that Anne is sharing with us, because I can see that this is the future. So I'm super excited, just giving everybody a shout out, because I'm just so inspired by all the awesome work and transformation I'm seeing everybody doing, and how amazing, what Anne and Patrick have done and what they've created, and how awesome that workshop was. I've been enjoying every second of it, and you can get out of this hustle and grind mode and into this amazingly beautiful future that Anne has outlined for us. So just a shout out today, guys. Keep up the great work, and I'm super excited to be here and part of the team. Take care.
Anne and Patrick, first of all, for trusting me. Yeah, and what I love about you, Anne, is you are a trusting person. And look, I've been in business, Stacey and I, my wife and I have been in business for over 30 years, and we can spell stuck in 14 different languages. But we choose to trust anyway. You ever heard of a guy named Bob Goff? He said, love always. And this is what these two people do. Anne and Patrick, they love always. They are the hands and feet of Jesus. And I love what you guys are showing up, and what you guys have done here and brought these people together is just so impressive. And so I'm just honored to be here. Thank you. Last night was so good. It was the first time in probably 30 years I didn't have to buy dinner.
There's a good one. All right, say hello.
Hello.
Hello. We're mastering media. Say hello.
Really resonated with me when you said, I can do it all, but like, should I do it all?
No.
And so that was like resonating with me, because I'm like, you've been coaching me on this for years to like,
I have.
charge more and all that stuff. I'm having little breakthroughs, little by little. So it's encouraging what she said. It's like, well, you could be on the next level. It's like, okay, good. I'm here. I'm getting there. I'm charging more.
These breakthroughs are like compound interest.
right? All of a sudden you wake up and you're like, well, that the breakthrough didn't feel very big, but all of a sudden you've made a quantum leap in your business and in how you approach it. So I'm glad that spoke to you.
So you're the one that encouraged me. You're like, do you have any high ticket offers? This was several months ago. And I was like, and you're like, what's the biggest thing that you charge? And I was like, oh, like $99 at the time, whatever it was. And so I did, and I didn't really know what to offer. So I did a yearly membership for my card club, and it was around like Black Friday time. And it was $444 for a year, which is exciting for my card. So I'm getting there, but even that was like so scary. I'm like, no one's gonna want to pay this. And they did.
Hi there. My name is Judy Kaler, and I would love to share with you the breakthrough that I got from the challenge with Ann and Patrick McDonald. And it's very simple, but it has been so profound to me. Major breakthrough for me. So I encourage you to take the challenge with Ann and Patrick McDonald. It is well worth your time.
It's been something that I feel like I can go back and actually implement now.
I feel equipped to take on the big goal, the big audacious goal that I didn't perhaps believe before that I could achieve. It was incredible to connect with so many powerful women, be able to take new ventures through Ann's guidance. Worth 10 times the cost.
I could literally go home tonight and I know exactly what I need to do to make six figures.
Kevin, go for a win.
Are you recording?
I am recording. Do I need to not record?
No, you need to be recording. You need to be recording, Ann.
Come on.
But I have got my first junior golfer and paid in full to Collegiate Golf Consulting. They are I'm so grateful, and so I'm officially on the board.
Unmute and give it up for Kevin. Come on. Woo!
Hi, I just wanted to share that about my experience working with Ann and Patrick in their mastermind, that it has just been life-changing. It's increased my capacity. It's helped me clarify my goals and helped me clarify what I'm going to bring to the online market, and just what they bring to the table, all the wisdom and experience and knowledge that they have. They bring so much that it's I don't want to say it's overwhelming, because it's not. They help us go in the direction we need to go and to multiply what we're doing, and they bring support and challenge, and they have they put this team together to help us get every single thing done that we need to do, and they always say as much as it depends on them, and they bring it, and I am so thankful, and I can't imagine doing this without them. I couldn't ask for better mentors and better mastermind leaders for this for what I'm doing. And so I just want to share that and encourage anybody who gets a chance to work with Ann or Patrick or both of them, don't miss out, because there's so much that you don't know, and I am just forever grateful.
You have to earn your own self-respect. How do you do that? By doing the work, by being found faithful, by not expecting everything just to happen and just come to you. But part of how you see yourself to be comes through, I'm looking at Ann and Patrick McDonald, right? They've been working, they've been going for it. They just did a live event, right? And it's like, I can assure you, if we unmute them right now, they're gonna tell you that they believe and know themselves to be somebody different on this side than before.
Hi, I'm Shirley.
All right, I'm going to end on Pedro's testimony. That's the thing, friend. When we get in that space, let me stop the share. Did I stop the share, Patrick? Am I on camera, guys? Let me know. Come on back into the room. Are we back? Are we back? Okay. Oh, we see Charlena's picture. All right, new share. Screen one, I'll share that and then I'll get to that place and then I'll stop the share. Stop share. All right. I love Pedro's testimony because he speaks to that place of identity. In 2018 or 19, Patrick and I had written a book. It was called Live in Momentum Journal. And we really felt like we were supposed to have a conference, a live, in-person, invite people from all over to come to this conference. And it was scary, but we just did it. We just did it. We took out that faithful American Express card and we went, charge! We went, wow! We did it. So I love his testimony. All right, let's go ahead and take some ahas. Let's make space to just kind of unpack and celebrate the fact that you've engaged and you literally are somebody different than when we started this morning. I am, you are, and actually the world is a better place because we gathered. Okay, so let's go ahead and take some ahas. This is our final session. I can do questions. I can take ahas. We can talk sports, whatever you want. Pam, what do you want to go ahead and share?
Well, actually, it was from one of the persons who just did an endorsement for you. The gal who has like 40,000 people on YouTube and I forget her name, but she does something with paper.
Kim Smith.
Yeah, Kim.
Yeah.
So after she talked, you said something that was really very meaningful to me. You said that sometimes we make little changes and they just seem like little changes, but when you look at it again, it becomes a quantum leap. And so that's what I'm looking for, because I believe I'm making little changes every time I listen to you.
Can we give it up for Pam? You've heard me say this a million times, right, Pam? You can totally quit tomorrow, but you can't quit today. As long as it's called today, we're not going to quit. Go ahead, put it on your calendar to quit tomorrow. As long as it's tomorrow, you can totally plan to do that. But today, no. So thank you, Pam. I appreciate that. Awesome. Let's take some more ahas. Then we'll dive into some questions. We'll have the mister come up and talk a little bit about how to navigate the space when one person in your life, and sometimes it's ourselves, we're on both sides of the table at the same time. We're arguing with ourselves, right? We'll have him come up and share. So any other ahas, big, small, what would you say to someone who is thinking about taking this masterclass? How would you encourage them? Go for it, Pam.
I would say come with an open mind, number one. And I'd say number two, Anne might say something that sounds crazy to you, but keep listening because it usually always begins to make sense.
Can I get that on a plaque for my husband? Thank you, Pam. I love that. I love that. Awesome. All right. Any other ahas? Tara, Lisa, Elizabeth. I know you guys are in different situations. Wendy, who else is on? I know Gina was popping on and off. Any other ahas? You know, you're going to get the replay for this. You'd be surprised at how people listen to the replay. I love the replays because you can listen to them in the privacy of your own home, the privacy of your own heart, and the privacy of your own process, right? And so you may say something in an aha that really is for somebody who's listening to the replay. All right, any questions? We'll take a couple of questions and then I'll have Patrick come on up. I'm going to raise the standing desk to a lot higher. Pam, go for it. What's your question? Can you go ahead and unmute?
I don't think
have. Oh, go ahead, Pam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll go after you.
Oh, thanks, Lisa. I don't think you answered my question about the avatar and how you market to them.
Yes. Okay. So one of the great things about that avatar piece, Pam, is when I begin a new brand, I'm only looking a little bit ahead as the avatar's position. Even if my grand vision has this super incredibly, brilliantly wealthy and already broken through identity. When I'm headed into the market, I'm looking at what is something that I can confidently, I'm going to use a phrase here, curate. So do you know what it means to curate something? Right? You might curate a collection. You might curate a look in a curio cabinet, right? You might put some china or some pretty things in a curio cabinet in your dining room or living room. Well, in the same way, when we are creating avatars, and especially in a market that I'm not necessarily confident in or I'm new to, I'm looking to curate that avatar in such a way that it feels comfortable and accessible to me, while still providing a little bump in aspirational identity. It's kind of like, did you ever buy Christmas presents for your kids and you hid the really big ones? You bought the really big ones early because you had to kind of plan for it, right? So that big gift might be hidden somewhere in a closet, but you're not going to bring it out until Christmas morning. Well, in the same way, your aspirational top of the line avatar identity might be hidden away for a season, but the one that you're showing up within the marketplace at first is an earlier incarnation. Does that answer your question? It's okay if no.
I don't think I even understand what you just said.
Okay. So, have you ever heard the phrase, you only have to be one step ahead?
Yes, I've heard that.
Okay. So when you're creating your avatar, don't get overwhelmed by having your avatar need to be perfect. Just make sure your avatar is one step ahead of where you're bringing your products and services to market in that particular season.
My brain is
it's okay. We've had a lot today. Go ahead and message me the question again. And if I need to, I'll just do a separate answer on that one for you. Okay. And I'll share it with the group. Awesome. Wendy, what's your question or takeaway?
Well, it's a follow-up to what she just was asking, because what if you have people, I said, I've got these brands already going. What if you have people who are further aspirationally, they're higher up, coming to you, booking calls or whatever. And, I have the email list building thing. Okay. What if you have people who are further along than what you feel particularly comfortable marketing or selling to? And they're asking questions and want to know, what can you do for me related to this or this? How do you answer that?
That's a great question. Lisa, make sure I get to your question. Okay. I skipped over Lisa for a second. I want to go back to that. So Wendy, one of the things that I think is the most powerful thing about being in the online space and really owning it is just owning your authentic position. Does that make sense? Now, there are people who are technicians. And just like Tom Brady, if you don't know who Tom Brady is, he was a very successful quarterback. Tom Brady had a technician coach who would help him learn how to throw. who likely had never won a Super Bowl, was never going to be paid hundreds of millions of dollars, and certainly wasn't married to a supermodel, right? However, Tom Brady was wise enough to know that, hey, that guy is a technician in this skill set, and I am joyfully willing to pay for that technical skill. Does that make sense? So really making peace with what is in your hand at the moment, and don't overstate, right? Just be like, hey, this is the technical skill, and this is what it's worth it to me to share it with you. Again, leaning out, take it or leave it, right? Take it or leave it. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah, so I put in the chat. So are you saying, just clarifying,
Yeah.
find someone, say, yes, we can do that. Find someone who can teach them or train them in that, or, find someone to fill in the gap if I can't.
Yeah. So one of the, yes, and is it okay if I take it up like a notch in terms of brand builder? So one of the things you and I want to do, Wendy, Tara, Lisa, Pam, anybody else who is on right now and listening, is we never want to be responding. We want to be designing and creating. In psychology circles, it's like, we don't want to be reactionary. We don't want to react. We want to respond. Correct? So in the same way, you are the one that God gave the ideas to. So you want to make sure and steward your position of authority in that space. And then you want to respond from a place of health and wealthy mindset without being reactionary and trying to be a jack of all trades, a master of none. Does that make sense? In our mastermind, Lisa's heard me say this 1,000 times. There's a scene in The Crown. How many of you have seen The Crown? The Crown series. Okay. Well, there's a scene in The Crown. Let me just paint this for you. This will help you, Wendy. Where Queen Elizabeth is like surrounded by people who think she's an idiot. They're like, I'd be better at your job. Her own sister steps in and is like, well, I'd be a better queen than you. Her husband, like, I'd be a better king than, right? Like everybody in her life is like, you're young, you're inexperienced, yada, yada, yada. And there's this one scene, Wendy, where she's like, I know, okay, my language, not hers. All of y'all think you'd be better at my job. But the crown, and we do this in our mastermind, has fallen on my head. So this is my job and I'm going to do it. So the crown has fallen on your head, not fallen. It is designed to sit on your head, Wendy. And you get to decide how to handle that, right? Does that bring some higher level clarity? You get to decide. And whether you want, a Jeep or a Range Rover, you get to decide. God said yes to both, right? You just get to decide. You want to go off-roading or you need to go to a nice party, right? You get to decide. Whether you take it or leave it, totally good with me. Come on. Awesome. Lisa Swanson, question. Lisa Swanson asks the best questions.
Yeah. I don't think I have any questions, but I wanted to add to everything that you're saying, Anne, because I think it's pretty important. When you're first coming into Anne's vortex, know that it may seem like it's a lot, but it isn't, because how Anne takes you through that journey is pretty special. It's pretty amazing, and everybody is different. So how you react and how you respond, I love that, because that's what I'm all about, with emotional wholeness. But the journey is individualized. So no matter what she's teaching you or what you're learning, it will hit somebody differently than it will resonate with somebody else. So my encouragement is just to stick with it and hang in there. And most importantly is let go of needing to know what everything is, because you're not going to know. You're just not going to know. And with me, it's like one of the things that resonated with me with you, Anne, is I got to let go of this outcome.
Come on.
I've got to let go of the outcome, because if I'm hanging on to what does this mean? I got to get it right. I got to know what's going on. I got to know what the outcome's going to be. It just sends me into like a spin. So letting go of the outcome and just working through the process of what she has in her hands that she's giving to us, it's going to be different for everybody, because we're all in different situations and we're all learning differently. And yeah, so I'm loving all the questions that you're getting in, because it's like, oh yeah, I was totally there. And I agree that, hey, I want to know what this is. Yet for me personally, I had to go, all right, Lisa, just let it go and just do it and watch how you do it without having that perfectionism piece. I'm not saying everybody here is a perfectionist, but from my point of view, it's like I felt like I had to know before I could move forward, but I don't have to know everything. I don't have to know the outcome. I'm not married to it, so I'm just going to move forward in it as I process through it with the group, which is amazing. This group has been so, oh my gosh, like just the community of everybody supporting everybody through our processes is amazing. I mean, Anne doesn't even know that we connect outside the group, but we connect outside the group and go, okay, what did you think about this? Or what did you think about that? And we push each other and encourage each other as we're creating our brands. So I don't know, it's just amazing. So come on into the group and you'll find out more.
Come on, let's give it up for Lisa. Lisa said something, let go of the need to know. Come on. Wow. That's just, yeah, it's so cool. That's the power of the vision, friends. That's the power, right? That's the power. We get to design and then pivot along the way. I don't know if it was in a mastermind, Lisa, where we showed that clip from Friends, pivot. Pivot. They're trying to get a couch up the stairs. And it's like, sometimes you just like, yeah, you got to have a sense of humor about it. So thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. All right. Should we bring the Mr. up? Should we bring Patrick up to talk about his experience being in the thick of it, coming out of Wall Street? And I'm going to raise this up. You want to come on up and he's going to talk a little bit about, I don't know what he's going to talk about. I don't have any answers because he's his own man. I don't know. We didn't plan this. We did not plan it. So
it's all good though. Hey, everybody. So I'm just going to talk about kind of our journey and kind of my journey from as it relates to this business and this process, an atheist to an agnostic, to a believer, to a zealot, not with respect to God, but with respect to, do I think this business, what do I think of this business and Anne's involvement in it? And I'll try not to be too specific to our own situation because everyone is different. Every couple is different. All the specifics are different, and the last conversation you had is going to affect a lot of times how you hear things, but I'll give you some sense of our specific journey and then I'll try to focus on the principles. I worked on Wall Street. And so I had a very, regimented way of evaluating whether or not we should do things. And ultimately it was really kind of rooted in fear. And, I would put together a spreadsheet and I'd look for the facts and the return and should we do this and should we not do this? And, I kind of look back and I think of myself as like prudent, pious Patrick the prick, because, sorry, because, because, I had this, I kind of thought I was coming from this place of righteousness and like, well, I'm, the rational one. And, Pam, it kind of relates a little bit to your question about the Bible scripture about, borrowing. And the way I kind of looked at it was like, well, we have to make the right decisions. I want to please God and we have to make the right decisions. And the unsaid part of that is, if we don't make the right decisions, or if I do something that's not prudent, then God's gonna be like, hey, made your bed, you lie in it, right? Like, sorry. And so part of it is, who do I think he is? Who is he in my life and who is he to me? And, Graham Cook talks about, another P word, presumption, right? And we don't want to, so many of us are like, well, I don't want to presume. And if you think about it, if you have children, your own children, if they were afraid to, well, I'll tell it this way. We have one son who pretty much commandeered one of our cars and just kind of took it as his own. And on the one hand, it's like, well, it wasn't really the plan. But on the other hand, we're both charmed by the fact that he knows he's so loved that he can do that. And I would much rather have a child so believe their love that maybe they push it a little bit than one that's so afraid of me that I'm going to be mad that they don't come anywhere close to doing anything just because they don't want to make a mistake. And so, a bad decision made in faith is oftentimes more successful than a good decision made not in faith. And a lot of that thinking, I think, was tied up in how I viewed Ann's movement into this business. And I think there's also a generational aspect for people from our generation, call it, I don't know, 45 to 65. I definitely really believed like I had to be the provider. And if I wasn't a provider, then I was a complete failure. And so there's two aspects that come off of that. One is, well, if she's starting to be a provider, what does that mean for me? But also, if I perceive that she's taking resources and expending them, I'm in fear that I may not be able to keep up with that. And I'm only looking at the facts. I'm thinking about it like expenses. I'm not in any way connected when I'm in that mindset to the vision that she has or the call that she has. I am only thinking about myself. I am rooting for her to fail because I want her to stop spending money. And so as hard as life can be, and as much as it takes to just step out and do anything new, to then be in the position where you're doing that and you are carrying the weight of your partner who is rooting against you, is incredibly difficult. It's incredibly difficult to go forward under this. It's not impossible, but it makes it a lot harder. And so I also, I think, had a bad belief in that she was actually against me. And so I had all these things going on. And so as she talked about, like, I would look at the American Express bill all the time and highlight it and be like, well, here's an expense and here's an expense. And you've heard it before, the Camtasia story, where I'm like, are we still paying for Camtasia? And like the keys complain at me and all that. So, you guys let Emily in. Anyway, so the question then is, what changed? And ultimately, because I was blaming Ann for what I couldn't manage in myself. And I think Ann was looking to me to support her in something that I had no vision for. You've heard of the turtle and the giraffe? She was a giraffe and I was a turtle. Because from my perspective, from the turtle's perspective, they're telling the truth about the facts that they see. They just don't have the vision that the giraffe has. And I was asking her to lower her head to look at the level of my vision. And if you know anything about a giraffe, they have these huge hearts and they can pump blood up these massive necks. If they hold their head down too long, they'll pass out because they're not designed to do that. And I think I had her on the verge of passing out. Again, what changed? Well, ultimately, she made it clear that she was committed and that she was certain and that she had a vision. And I don't remember a specific moment necessarily where that happened. Maybe it was around the incident where she threw the keys, but it became clear to me that this was going to happen and that she was going to do this and that she was undeterred. And all of the, all of the threats or pouting or yelling or whatever were not going to sway her. And, probably the other overarching thing that happens, I think, in marriages and relationships that play out over a long period of time is, people do change. And she was, when we said in the opening that she was somebody who didn't finish her sentences, that's not a joke. She would often not finish her sentences. And so I thought I kind of had a contract with this person in my mind. And I thought, well, this is how it works. And the truth is, she was in the process of growing and becoming who she is supposed to be. And I think that that was something that the Lord wanted to happen. And I was just the obstacle that had to get dealt with. I mean, so that the right thing could happen. And, you have to make room over time. And I think in relationships for the two parties to grow and to change. And that's something that you have to learn to navigate. And for me, like I said, it became clear it was ultimately her certainty that forced the issue. She took responsibility in the sense that I think she said once, like, look, I know these are a lot of expenses. I know it stresses you out. I know you feel like you're carrying an extra burden. I will take responsibility for this. This is not on you. I know it affects you, but I'm not going to look at you and say, why aren't you helping me? I got this. And, when she did that, it really leaves a choice for me. Well, what am I going to do? I mean, I'm certainly not going to leave her. I mean, because like at a certain point, if you absolutely can't accept that, I don't know how you resolve that. So it forced me to deal with things inside of me that I think I was avoiding and I was blaming her for. And, my reaction to bills and my reaction to, I wanted this nest egg and I wanted it to just grow and grow and grow forever. And the bigger the nest egg got, the safer I felt. And that's obviously a lie. That's not what keeps us safe. And so that was the start of the change in me towards her. And as time went on and she continued to pursue this, through success, through failure, through people showing up, through people not showing up, never flinched, only got better, only got bigger, only got stronger. And finally, one day, she was sitting at a table with a little computer and she was working away. And I don't remember what she was trying to do. I think, she had just begun starting some groups or something like that. I don't know what it was, but, and I saw her struggling and being this one-man band, and I was overwhelmed with this conviction. I just saw it in a different light. And this was not overnight, would you say? I saw it in a different light. And I was like, how can I possibly look at somebody who is so committed and so driven and so pulled by a purpose? How can I not come alongside her? How can I not help? And so I went over and I offered help. I wanted to help. And I put that in quotes because that was the first real genuine move on my part to feel like I wanted to support her. But I've gone from there to really being a partner. So I'm now partner Patrick, and every once in a while she'll thank me for doing something, and I'll say, don't thank me, because, you know, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a partner. And it was her clarity and commitment, her taking full responsibility for the money that she spent and the impact, the potential impact, that forced me then to look at myself, to look at the things that I was blaming her for, and to make a decision about what life I wanted to live for the rest of my life. And of course, obviously, I want to change. Obviously, I want to grow. Obviously, I want to be in partnership. And that's really the story. She became so certain, or she was always certain, but I think she finally woke up and said, wait a second, no, I'm doing this. And she was so certain and so sold and taking full responsibility that I had no choice. And in having no choice, I began to change. And that's really the full story. I could talk about it a lot longer, but I'm trying to keep it focused on how the needle really moved. And so I said, I started out, I was an atheist. I didn't believe in the business. Then I was an agnostic. I was like, all right, well, do your thing. And then I began to see, not just through her, but as I began to help and be more exposed to see, wow, this really is like a way you can make money. And then as I became fully a partner, I became a complete zealot. Like, you have no idea how many people make a lot of money doing this that you have never heard of. And one of the things that I heard, I'll end with this. One of the things that I heard once when I was really beginning to get involved was, there are tons of clients. Everybody has clients. And I don't think I believe that, but I can tell you, after having now been in this business, and it is unbelievable the amount of people out there that have a huge following. We mentioned Kim earlier, Kim Smith, who is the paper chef who has 40,000 people on YouTube. 40,000 people. That's like that's real money. And it's unbelievable how many people are like that. There is an audience for you. There is a niche for you. And if you feel the call, if that's you, don't ignore the voice.
Come on. Can we give it up for Patrick? Can we give it up for the man? I would like to give anyone who is in the position of either having a voice in their own head, who is playing the role of the, discourager. Because I had that voice in my own head. There was a reason his stuff was able to land on me. To someone who's dealing with maybe a friend, maybe a best friend, a sibling, a spouse, or something else. There were 3 things that Patrick mentioned that changed the game. And with your permission, I'd like to give those to you right now. Let me know 1 in the chat. Okay, 1 in the chat, if it's okay if I give these to you. Ham, 1. All right. I'm looking for agreement from somebody else. Give me a 1. How did you develop certainty? Yep. Great question, Wendy. So the 3 things are 100% self-responsible for 100% of everything in my life. 100, write this in the chat. 100% self-responsible for 100% of everything in my life. 100%. There was no blame. There was no shame. It wasn't Patrick's fault that my business wasn't succeeding. It was mine, honey. I just had a convenient banana box that I was holding on to for dear life. so that I didn't have to confront my fear of not being enough. But you know, the only way we get self-respect is to actually do it. So 100% self-responsibility was the first one. The second one was certainty. Write the word certainty. Certainty. I'll unpack these in just a minute. The third one was clarity. 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 Okay. How'd I do this? I was like, I mean, I can give you, how many of you know the Keys incident? Does anybody not know the Keys incident? Wendy, you don't know the Keys incident? Okay. So I'm down underneath the house. We had a basement. And it was a walkout basement, no windows, stuff, what do they call that? Insulation hanging down in the ceiling. There was an unfinished bathroom. So anytime anybody went to the bathroom anywhere in the house and they flushed the toilet, the sound whoosh went through my office, my studio, my recording studio. Okay. So I'm down there. It's not exactly, you know, inspiring. Right? I'm surrounded by junk and boxes and all sorts of junk. And I'm working with a tool called Camtasia. Now, Camtasia is what we used back in the day before Zoom, before all these webinar softwares. We would link up a PowerPoint slide with a Camtasia thing and we would record it. And you'd have to have like all these things going a bunch of different places. And I don't know, I'd spent like my last $500 or something on Camtasia because I actually still use it. It's going to change the game for me. And it actually did. But Patrick comes down with the American Express bill and he's highlighted. And I'm battling with this tech because I am, in this instance, a one-man band. Yeah, and Patrick had no vision for what I was trying to do. So he just sees his like, you know, like, what I married this cute little thing who didn't talk much. Like, what the heck happened? Right? So I'm down there and for whatever reason, I had a set of keys on my desk. And just to give you some additional context, I am the youngest of 5 girls. And my dad was drafted into the minor leagues, the St. Louis Cardinals. Okay, baseball guy. So guess what I knew how to do? Youngest of 5 girls. This girl could throw. Oh. I knew how to like center. I knew how to use my core. I did not throw like a girl. Okay. I knew how to throw. So he comes down with the American Express bill and I've had it. I'm like, done. So I pick up the keys, settle in, ladies, and I hurl the keys at my husband. He's looking at me. Doesn't lose focus. Dude's a flipping athlete himself, holds up his hands, catches the keys. My big moment. And in that moment, I actually burst out laughing. Okay. I burst out laughing. Now, it could have gone the other way. Not saying it didn't in some instances before, but in that moment, something broke. And it didn't break in him, it broke in me. I was like, enough. I'm not fighting against you. I'm fighting against the devil. And I'm blaming you instead of the devil. And I love you. You're amazing. You're cute. I'm kind of mad that you caught the keys, but I'm really impressed. And you're kind of cute. Dang it. All right. So I'm going to stop blaming you, hun. And I'm going to actually take 100% responsibility for what the call is on my life. May not be pretty. I may make some mistakes, but I think that this is what I'm called to. And I don't need you to go with me, but I am going to do this myself. Does that help anybody? Does that make sense? I stopped asking for his permission. I stopped asking for his endorsement. I just became a whole soul, a whole person. And I owned the call. And when I had things that I didn't understand, I paid up. I paid up. I paid for speed. I paid my mentor, Toby, in the design industry. Patty's one of my clients. Patty's in our mastermind group now. Patty and I were both in Toby's mastermind. It was like 15 or 25 grand way back in the day. I paid for speed. And I was like, I'm going to sow money so I can reap money. I'm going to sow responsibility so I get really high value clients. And as you can probably tell, like we have really high value clients. They take responsibility. They don't complain. They don't nitpick. They're powerful people in their own right. And I sowed that in myself. Does that make sense? How to get the certainty, Wendy? I just did it. I made a decision. I made a decision. I began Habakkuk 2. I don't think I still have it, but I took Decorate Like a Pro system, Wendy, at that point, and I made a tri-fold board. You know, one of those foam core boards, tri-fold board. And I wrote the vision out on that board and I set it in front of me. And I didn't get off Decorate Like a Pro system until I'd conquered and been edified in the things that I'd been running from. The things that used to take me from idea to idea to idea. Does that make sense? Yeah, my certainty was that I knew I was called. I just made a decision to believe what I felt in my spirit, that I'm called to this. And I didn't, here's the other thing. One of the reasons I have our mastermind members do and watch documentaries, things like that. It's a 360-degree way of learning, right? We do physical exercises, we do documentaries, we do puzzles, we do play. I do a lot through play therapy, like play teaching. Learned that from my sister Margaret. She was a preschool teacher, fabulous musician. And so we do a lot of that to try to break those mindsets really swiftly, right? So we'll do puzzles, we'll do all sorts of stuff. So especially with our high-end consulting clients, they're like, I just paid you like 200 grand and you're going to make me use blocks. And I'm like, 100%, pal. There's no syllabus. It's a pile of blocks. Okay. So in that same way, I just went. And I was like, I'm going to go. I'm going to be okay to be different today than I was yesterday, and new tomorrow than I was today, right? You see what I'm saying? And I just stopped caring what other people thought. Okay. All right. I personally think the reason Patrick was against me was because I was against myself in here. I think if I had done this work, he wouldn't have been against me. Because I was looking for something from him that he was never designed to provide. And once I took 100% responsibility, it's funny how everything shifted. Funny how fast everything changed. So 100% responsibility. It's nobody's fault. Nope. The crown fell on your head. All right. What are we going to do with it? Right. We're going to take it off and hurl it at somebody because we don't want to have to stand up straight and eat better. Or we're going to be like, yeah, okay. Got to practice with this thing a little bit. It's also Pam, Wendy, Tara, and Elizabeth. Who else is still on? Lisa, Emily. It's one of the reasons I'm so passionate about training this, because I didn't have anybody in my life that was even remotely like feeling the same call, feeling like I had nobody. Like I ended up in a group with a bunch of dudes in internet marketing in 2008, like, because there wasn't anything. There weren't any, like, none of this existed, right? None of these groups. So I'm passionate about making a place and a space where, hey, we can get a hold of the big picture, right? Because we need the micro pieces, right? We need those micro pieces, those technical skill sets. But we also, if we really want to get that vision from the Lord and bring it into a place where it can be fruitful and multiply and subdue, right? Take dominion, then we actually have to be able to practice that vision piece. So, awesome. Awesome. All right. Questions, takeaways, ahas. I want you to feel like, oh, I'm free. I'm just free to love myself. I'm free to love my spouse wherever they are. And I'm just free. I'm like, yeah, you're right. That was a big bill. I know. It must suck. I've taken responsibility for it. Right? Any ahas or takeaways on that? I want to give you freedom. I want to give you a breath of fresh air. I want to give you relief. Right? How did you take responsibility financially? Oh, I added all the numbers up. I added everything up. And I was like, awesome. Here you go, God. So apparently, God, I'm starting this business. And instead of just going to the bank and getting a business loan, I got about, I think it was, I don't even want to know. Well, I do want to know. I think it was a little over $270,000 cash out door. Okay. Over the course of 5 years. And I was like, income, I'd have fits and spurts. I just took responsibility. I was like, oh, here's my business plan, right? You ladies know that Amazon is only barely profitable. And people are making tens of millions of dollars as employees of Amazon, right? Do you know that? So I just got smart. I got a little less low level. I leveled up my identity to look at it differently. I looked at $270,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 for a mastermind. I just looked at it differently. I'm like, wait a minute, I can pay this guy 10 grand and he's going to train me over 3 days. Done. I looked at it differently. I didn't look at it as amateur Ann begging, please, can I have some bread? Right? Is it from Oliver? Like, please, no. I'm like, I walk around the table. Hey, how does 8-figure Ann look at that decision? Done. Does that answer your question, Wendy? And I didn't ask Patrick to make me 8-figure Ann. I was just like, hey, he's 8-figure dude. Why can't I be? No, I took loans from other people. Like I might do a line of credit on my business credit card, but I do know other people have. Like in our real estate, we take bank loans, right? Because we leverage, right? To do those things. I also got mentors who were not trying to tell me to just be a nice girl. I got around people who were actually like 2 of my mentors, you actually, 2 of them were in that space in one of the testimony reels. Michael McIntyre built a business from the ground up, sold it for multiple billions of dollars. He's a mentor. I paid him a lot of money to coach me. And I'm like, tell me, talk to me, give it to me straight. Right? Talk to me. 100% responsibility, and for 100% of everything you're doing. Take it or leave it. You can go back to the gallery, or you can learn to change really quickly. Another one of my mentors built and sold multiple $100 million companies, right? Another mentor, billionaire outright. It's like, you got to think differently. You either want it or you don't. You're either called or you're not. What you going to do? Does that make sense? And here's the thing. So the peanut gallery doesn't want to be the peanut gallery. This is the other thing. Can I give you guys some practical, tactical tools to help either dealing with yourself if you got a bad mindset, if you got like 2 people in your head, awesome, right? Millionaire Mary, right? But at the same time, maybe at 3:00 in the afternoon, you want a piece of chocolate and you're like, this sucks. I quit. Right? Take it all. I'm going to go back and be a housewife, right? Nothing wrong with being a housewife, right? I'm going to go back and teach Bible study for free. So I get it, right? Is anybody resonating with that? Like, I'm like, right? It can happen in the same day in the same body. It's okay. It's totally okay. But what I did do was I released my right to be right. I stopped needing to be right. Because darkness is just a scale of light. It's not opposite, friends. It's just the absence of. It's the scale, right? God's got 10 rules. I'm like, okay, I'm kind of like, let's just stay in those 10 rules, God. Right? Help me out if I get in trouble, because I'm your daughter. I say that kind of humorously, but I stopped needing to get everything right. I stopped judging myself. How does Paul put it in the scripture? He says, I don't judge myself. I just released it. It's like, it's all good. How many of you were on the challenge with me last week? What were the 3 fingerprints I talked about? Bend positive, friend. You cannot bend positive if you're a judgy girl. Can't bend positive if you're a judgy girl. Awesome, Pam. Let's give it up for Pam for being here. We love you. Right? Bend positive. Second, believe that what you've got is a good idea. So Tara, believe that download that you got. Elizabeth, believe that download. Wendy, that download. Emily, that download. Believe it's good, even if it turns out to be the coffee sleeve fix and it's not so good, right? But in that edification process of bringing the idea, the blueprint to a place where you can communicate a real vision, you're going to learn something. You're going to learn how to finish. Okay? You're going to learn how to not run away from a deadline. You're going to learn how to not run away when you kind of get scared, but you don't want to admit it. You're going to finish what you said you were going to do. That's one of the best tips I can give to you, ladies and gentlemen who are watching, who are with us right now. I learned to take the idea through the entire phrase and take it to a place where I had to actually confront the risk of, hey, this might actually not be such a good idea. Might fail. Right? First time I taught Walking in Wisdom, 90 Days to Impact, nobody showed up. My husband was making fun of me. I was doing everything myself. Nobody showed up. I did it anyway. I didn't make an excuse. I just did it. And I felt like what I got in that moment, let's lean in, this is for somebody. I felt like what I got in that moment was, Anne, you're teaching it to creation first. Right? And then the next time, I think I had maybe 1 or 2 people, and then the next and the next and the next. But it would have been very easy for me to say, nobody signed up. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to try something new. But that doesn't build us up. That doesn't edify us. The edification comes in the finishing. And then we go to the next incarnation and the next and the next. Any other takeaways or ahas? Let's take some takeaways and ahas as we kind of wrap this monetization masterclass. Here's the thing, friends. You want to monetize? 3 things. Make a decision about your ideal avatar, your big pebble. navigate that niche deep. Okay, don't go off topic. Navigate that niche super deep, long enough so that you actually can't do it all yourself. You have to assign and protect the capital asset as that thing grows, right? I am not building the rental properties, cleaning the rental properties, staging the rental properties. And here's the thing, friends, you know, I actually could. I'm pretty darn close to being a general contractor based on my experience. I can technically rewire the whole house. As a designer, I knew how to do that stuff. I can do all the staging. I can, but I don't. Because I have to preserve the capital asset, and that idea is meant to bless way more people than just my need to be needed. Okay. That's the other thing. We want to break off a need to be needed. You're worthy because you are, right? Just the letter R. It's all good just because I exist, right? So let's take some takeaways, what would you say to someone who's going to take this class? Get yourself, if you know, actually, here's my I was going to say challenge flag. If you know you're supposed to be in the program, put that thing on the table, look at it from the former identity, walk around the table and make the decision from the future identity. How does the decision to join the program, the 7-figure brand advance, look now? And give yourself permission to sit in those feels, right? It's okay. It's all good. Don't run from that finish line. Don't run from those feels, because when we learn to master that, wow, everything changes. All right, I want to give it up right now for Emily, Wendy, Tara, and Elizabeth. They're still on with us right now. Would you ladies like to share some takeaways, some encouragement for somebody who might be thinking about taking this? Hey, Em, what would you say? How would you encourage yourself? How would you encourage others on this?
I can share, Anne, if
Go
there's
for it.
time. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
I'll
absolutely.
put my other headphone in a second, but there's so much gold in what you're saying. There's so many, I see so many versions of myself, right? Like coming around the table and not letting it happen. And, you know, Patrick's idea of being against the wall, so you had to change, right? And so I've noticed that and I call myself 8-figure Emily too. Like when I go around the table and I ask that question, like I totally get it. And so sometimes I have to hit the bottom to go up, because otherwise I'll just cling and cling and cling and cling. And so, but sometimes it's about taking that leap and investing in yourself and seeing that bigger vision, that bigger picture. And so I'm just so grateful for, Anne, for everything you and Patrick have been doing and laying down stage, like literally walking us through the process of like how you level up. Like, this is it. Like, this is the thing. This is how it's easy. So just thank you so much for sharing that.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Emily. Thank you. Come on. Emily and I may be on YouTube later. I don't know. We gotta talk. We were gonna do like a little conversation, if you will, about, how stuff happens in the online space. So any other takeaways, friends? How would you encourage yourself? How would you encourage another person to not give up on their dreams? Let the crown fall on your head. It's okay. Don't throw it at anybody like I did the keys. Not good counsel. I don't know, Tara and Elizabeth, I don't know if you're in a place where you could just share any takeaways. You don't even have to be on camera. Wendy, any takeaways as we kind of wrap up today?
Well, I want to just say thank you. You go in and you think you have maybe this expectation, and you blew me out of the water a number of times. And after I've been, I realized I had a little pride that I didn't know I had in I haven't heard anything really new for a long time. Okay. I've been in this realm for a long time, almost maybe as long as you, not, in the same way. You blew me out of the water, Anne, about, I don't know, several times. And then Patrick, thank you. Part of me wants to cry, part of me wants to cheer. I'm very deeply moved by God's goodness.
Come on.
And I have said many times to myself, but I haven't really embraced it, that I'm not going to succeed in spite of my husband and his attitude. He's not he's a lot of what you say is where he is, where you've been. I'm not going to succeed in spite of him. I'm going to succeed because of him. I know that I need to take responsibility, full responsibility. I just need to share, I come out of a whole environment and the people around me that I still am around, that I've been friends with for 30 years, are those who say you do not do anything that your husband does not approve of. You do not. And I have made decisions that he does not like. But I feel so called. So this was really good for me to hear.
Awesome.
Really good for me to hear. And I appreciate so much hearing, and I don't know anybody else where I'm hearing Patrick's side, and it lines up so much with what so to hear you say it, I took, really fast notes because it's really, really good, and others need to hear that. We need to hear that, but I need to take responsibility. And if I don't have certainty, why should he? So just so good, so good. And really, very much feel, as always, God had a way bigger plan. Way bigger plan. And I'm just going to be chewing on this, and looking at my notes, and I have decisions to make. So I'm going to be really, really praying. But you gave me so much free.
Right?
Thank you so much.
You're
really, really good. Really excellent. And yeah, just a lot of I can now move forward with what you've given me, and I need to make decisions first. And so that'll be the next thing.
Come on. Let's give it up for Wendy.
You.
Come on. So I think Tara and Elizabeth, I think you're not in a position where you can share. If you are, just go ahead and unmute. I'm gonna pull up something that every brand that I create, I actually create these manifestos for, poems, whatever you want to call them. And I should have pulled this up before. For the longest time, I didn't share them. I would just kind of have them in my vision books, right? In these books that I keep and in that space. But one of the things that I want to share with you, I've got to find the right, which one is it in? Let me find the right one. There we go. I think it's here. One of the reasons I do this is because it helps me have a bigger perspective on what I'm building. And as idea people, right? Emily, Wendy, like Elizabeth, Laura, we're idea people, right? And I guess I just want to read this over you to encourage you that you're not nuts. You do have multiples inside of you. And this process is one of edification so that the testimony can do what the testimony is designed to do. So let's go ahead and steward one thing really well. And so this is the manifesto for my 7-figure brand advance, my Simply 7 Figures brand, if you will. It's called Welcome Home. Beauty by nature, ideas burst forth through realms of creation from God to one. Heart, God's heart, to your soul. Make way, make way. The steward arrives. That's you, by the way. Solutions at hand. A high and noble calling. Majesty manifest. Streams of living water for every realm. The weary one refreshed, made whole. Today, your ideas are God's idea for you. So go ahead, be fruitful, and multiply. All right. Thank you, friends.